nothing like a couple of empty seats to get us started off, and then two practically bald dudes wearing the same shirt. So we're not even going to wait for the after party. We're just going to start getting weird right now. But first, this.
West Cork Beard Company make beard oil and beard balm for a strong, healthy, great-looking beard. Handmade from all natural ingredients in Clonakilty, West Cork. Check out their YouTube channel for beard care tips and advice, or catch them online at westcorkbeardcompany.ie.
So I'm just going to start things off since there are two empty seats here. We can continue to talk because it works and everybody will hear us. But I really just want to play that right now for a few minutes and just bask in the enjoyment of actually winning a game for once. I almost don't know what to say if I'm being totally honest here.
Well, we've won two since we were last here, haven't we?
It's like we've won one. Actually, we've won two. Yeah.
We're actually putting a run together.
And, it's just the thing that keeps popping up is would he have made the changes that he needed, that he made? Would he have made those changes against Chelsea had it not been for, I saw somebody put out a tweet today, said, if Mikel Arteta is not going to make the changes necessary, COVID-19 is going to come in and do it for him, or something. Yeah. I'm paraphrasing, but something along those lines. So it remains to be seen. Hang on. First super chat of the night. Thanks, Mike. $2 only gets donated if we keep the other two off. Well, since you asked so nicely.
Okay, great. Because we don't do around here.
But yeah. So it'll just be Stan and I, and it's kind of weird because we're both, pretty clean shaven, and he's much more clean shaven up there than I am, but I've got this and he doesn't. And we're both wearing the same shirt. So yeah, it's fun. Mike, sorry, I can't keep them out of this, but we do certainly appreciate the kind donation, sir. Thank you. Keep that in the back pocket for a little later on, if you don't mind too. So, but yeah, I where to start, man? I mean, we won. It's
two games.
Different feeling. Yeah, it's a different feeling right now. I put out a tweet earlier. It's like the world's just a brighter place right now. The birds sing a little louder. The breeze lessens just a hair. It might be 30 degrees, but it feels like it's 40. So it's just an overall great feeling right now. So, but all right. So everybody's here. Stan, how was your Christmas, man?
Yeah, my Christmas was good. There's only two of us, right? But the missus decided in her infinite wisdom that we needed a £24 turkey. So I'm going to be eating turkey for the next 6 months for every single meal that we have. But it doesn't matter because I love turkey. So it is a win-win. I love turkey. So happy days, yeah.
Love to eat turkey. Rowan, how was your Christmas?
Christmas is great here in Seattle. So in time zone now, in time zone. So here with family, very good Christmas, lots of food. Mrs. was cooking and I had to go ingredient shopping again and again. The hunt for Toblerone was unreal, really. So yeah, but we made it. So after Christmas is when this holiday is supposed to begin or has begun. Till then it was on the edge, but now we're off the edge.
Right. Ryan, bah humbug.
Yeah. I was all right. Nothing crazy.
I didn't ask you how yours was.
I don't really care. I'm going to tell you anyway.
I hope you do. I hope
you
Stan, that is a rather large Toblerone you have there.
I don't know what it is, right? But for some reason, everybody bought me chocolate for Christmas. I've got so much turkey and so much chocolate But I like chocolate as well, so happy days.
Yeah, right. Ryan, tell us how it was.
Okay, so Rohan went dark here. So I will say, a youngin walked into Rohan's room, and I don't know if you guys have seen the video. I think the guy's being interviewed on CNN or MSN, one of those political channels, and he's doing like this, like brief, like he's just like laying down the law for something that's going on. It could be business, could be politics. I don't know. I don't really watch that thing. And a little kid just walks in, and the guy, you could clearly see he is super embarrassed. His face is red. He's like, I'm so sorry. And then the little baby walks in in her little like thing, and you see, I guess, like the nanny run in, go, oh shit, and like grabs them both, and you can see the look of just sheer terror and embarrassment on her face. And I could have swore I saw a hint of that with Rohan, but it wasn't nearly as funny. So I was a little upset. But yeah.
So everybody had a good Christmas. That's good news, and I hope everybody in the chat box and watching right now, I hope you guys all had a wonderful Christmas as well. And the Arsenal saw fit to bless us not only with one, but with dubs. And I'm going to play it again just because it's so fun. Never mind the MLB.com thing down there. Don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. It just feels good. Just feels good. Boys, let's start with Chelsea, and I'm going to bring the question up. And it is kind of negative, but I'm hoping the three of you will put a nice positive spin on it. So somebody put out a tweet earlier today that more or less said that if Arteta isn't going to get his starting 11 right, then COVID-19 is going to come in and do it for him. So, of course, we keep seeing the tweets of Willian's best games have been the past two games. So, does Arteta, was his hand forced, and would he have made the changes? And I know it's a moot point, but would he have made the changes without his hand being forced, do you think? Stan, I'll start with you.
Personally, for me, don't know, don't care. I call it a happy accident. You know, if it's a case that his hand was forced, then, you know, the footballing gods are looking down upon Mikel Arteta and Arsenal fans to try and help us a little bit, because he's carried it over again, hasn't he, into the next game. But again, you know, some of these players are not just out; they're going to be out for a few games. So, you know, jumping ahead, I just don't want to see. You know, when certain players are available again, as soon as they're available, I don't want to see him just marching straight back into the team, especially if we are still managing to continue the little run that we've now just started with 2 games in the Premier League. That would disappoint me if that happens. So, you know, I've seen a lot of people, especially after the Chelsea game, and there were some people that were like, almost saying like, you know, why are you happy? Why are you rejoicing? You know, have you forgotten? And I'm like, no, I've not forgotten. But if I'm taking it by game by game, on a game by game basis, right now, we just won a London derby.
Some people want to watch the world burn. They want negativity. They want this. They love this. That's why.
I was well happy because, again, you know, Chelsea's a team that I don't even like. You know what I mean? I don't like that team at all. So I was happy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Going into the game, I don't know, watch along with Claude and Terry. And I predicted that we were going to lose 2-1. I had no confidence going into the game, but by the end of that game, I was really happy. We needed something like this, you know, instead of scoring just with a penalty. We needed to score some goals in open play, you know. But there's also some low points as well, which I'm sure we'll go on to. It's not been a bed of roses. We can still see that there's a couple of things that aren't clicking. But I'm going to take the good times where I can right now, because looking at the Premier League table, where are we? 13th place?
Yep.
You want to quickly? I want to shout Mike's comment about Brazilians over the age of 25 that you just put up. That is a conversation that me and Mike will totally have in the after show, probably, because I don't want to get too into it. I don't want to lose viewers, but me and Mike will get into it and maybe share a beer over it. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
No,
definitely a conversation saved for the after show for sure.
No, like Stan said, you know, and I actually put out the tweet earlier today. The world's a brighter place, and Rowan, it, you know, bask in the moment for now. This is 2 wins on the trot, 6 points. I would almost, not necessarily a happy accident that we beat Chelsea, but that's a good win. You know, that's a good team despite, you know, their inconsistencies, but that's a good place to start mounting the, I guess, comeback, if that's what we're doing here. So take it one day at a time. That's all we can do, and you know, enjoy the ride here. If there's negativity out there, I don't understand why.
Don't come to me then.
Absolutely agree. You know, a lot of times these happy accidents do happen, right? Don't we remember Coquelin coming back? You know, how did he come around? You know, there have been many times that our hands have been forced, be it the rise of Bellerin himself, who was again a forced move when Debussy got injured, or Marcus Rashford for that, for example, right? Like there are so many people, and this sort of happens. And, you know, this is the part of the game. And I would want to believe, because last time I said that maybe he's afraid of dropping Luis and Willian, given their clout in the team. And if the gods helped him in arriving with that decision, then I'm all for it. And, you know, it just wasn't a win, especially the Chelsea win was, first of all, I mean, there's so much reason to be happy. You know, we hadn't won a game in like 2 months. We were playing drab football. It was just, you know, I wasn't confident. You know, I was supposed to. I did watch that game with my Chelsea mate Jahad. You know, on we watched it together, and you know, I wasn't really up for it, and I wasn't expecting much. But the way that we played, it wasn't just the win, but the desire, the hunger, the whole gameplay, how we canceled them out. I didn't even know Timo Werner was playing. I didn't know when they swapped him out and when they got somebody else. Oh, I didn't know that Jorginho didn't start and he was there at the end. All of this I got to know when I watched the highlights. And boy, I watched the highlights like 5 times. Yeah. So you know, so all of that put together was something that we haven't experienced this season, you know, and then we took it over to Brighton. The first half today was not great. It was, again, it felt like, was that Chelsea game a blip? But what happened after that was, and this has happened in a few games, right? It happened maybe against, you know, a couple of teams in the past also, that we started the second half really well, 10, 15 minutes, and then Pepe gets a red card, or Xhaka gets a red card. But today we kept our nerve and the change. And in fact, like, this might shock you, but when I saw the team lineup, I was like, why isn't Lacazette playing? Why is Aubameyang starting? You know, I mean, this guy, Lacazette, that was the first game that I thought that he could run. He was running in that game, and he was running at a decent pace, Lacazette. That's been my problem with him. But in the last game against Chelsea, he was brilliant the way Lacazette was playing. I liked it. And I didn't think that he merited going out of the starting 11. And the change that he made, I was happy with that. I saw that a lot of people weren't happy that Martinelli was taken off. But we've got to remember that he's still nursing that injury. He's still come back. He had a big knock in that game as well, the game before Chelsea. So, you know, there's against City and stuff. So there's like so many reasons to be positive. And 6 points, it was massive. Now we were 14 points. Now we're 20. The last game that we played against Chelsea was not just the London derby, but it seemed like it was the match of 2 candidates, right? The top 4 candidates and the relegation candidates.
Can I ask you a question, Rohan? If had Martinelli, as you say quite rightly so as well, hadn't been nursing an injury, and you wanted to make a change to bring Lacazette on, would you have done a straight swap for Aubameyang, or would you have still moved Aubameyang over to the left to accommodate him?
He would have left Aubameyang up, but you know, the idea is for Martinelli not to be playing 60 minutes. I mean, I guess what he would have done was then put him get somebody else, put that person in midfield, and had to make 2-3 changes to, it wouldn't have been a direct swap. Well, it wasn't really because Martinelli was playing on the left, and then Lacazette came on, and Aubameyang went on the left. So, he sort of did that, but he would have had to maybe make one more move to come to that conclusion. But even taking all of these things into account, now we're 20 points. The next game that Chelsea have to play, I don't know if they're going to play that one, it's against City. They lose that one, we win our next game against Big Sam, who loves to play against Arsenal. We know that. So we have to get that win. But then we're 3 points of Chelsea, right? So things change really quickly in this league. And we just have to gain this momentum. These are fixtures that we have to sort of, capitalize on.
Here, Ryan, jump in there.
Yeah. So my beer, Gigawatts 3.0. I wish it was
that
Gigawatts.
Is awesome.
And it's got the DeLorean in it too. It's pretty sweet. I wish it was Gigawatts 6.0 for all of our 6 points. Because I feel like 121 point gigawatts to the tip of my. Never mind.
Great,
it's by
Scott. Great. That's all I'm going to say. Great, Scott.
But yeah, by Boundbrook, and they're in Sudfield, Connecticut. So yeah, cheers to that. Pop this open. Oh my God, it's all over me right now. Fantastic. Yeah. So you kind of said the positivity. I have beer all over my lap.
Amateur hour, man. Amateur hour.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's soaked. So now bear with me. I know everyone's going to freak out in the chat, and you guys are probably going to freak out with me. So we beat Chelsea 3-1. First goal, soft pen. Second goal, free kick from Xhaka, probably 1 out of a million chance. Almost like winning the lottery. Third goal, Saka. Was it intentional? Was it not? I don't know. It could have been 3-2. They had a penalty. Leno came and saved the day. With all that being said, it's about time the ball bounced our way. We've had nothing but bad luck, just skimming the crossbar, doing this, doing that. It's all the people are like, oh, look at your 3 goals. As I just previously said, I don't care. I do not care. 3 points to Chelsea. We showed Fat Frank who's fatter, or I guess skinnier. I don't know. But
I don't know why everybody calls him Fat Frank, other than the fact that it's the dumbest nickname ever.
I don't know.
Frank Lampard was
a PH.
Your ass.
So to me, I don't know many Franks in my life.
Pretty hot.
If it's like a negative Frank, I call him Fat Frank, and if it's a cool Frank, I call him Frank the Tank. So yeah, like that balance. But yeah, I mean, I don't care. I like Rohan said, we played well. We showed the hunger. We showed the intensity. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. You could say luck goals all you want. I don't care. Saka meant to do it. Don't at me, bro. But I thought it was a great performance. I think Tierney played the pen well. I think he did what he's supposed to do, and it could be I think that's a foul anywhere on the pitch. So I mean, soft all you want. If it's a foul anywhere else, it's a penalty. Sorry. And yeah, and the Xhaka thing, I don't know if we'll touch too much upon, but I'm probably one of me and the Arse Bros in unison probably the last people are going to praise his good game against Chelsea, and we might get into that later, but I won't get into it now. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I'm a huge ESR guy. I've been banging his drum and other things for quite some time, and who knows? It could be the short shin guard. Jack Grealish.
I was going to ask you.
I might be into shins, guys. I'm not about ass or boobs. I'm about shins. I'm shins all day.
I don't really know. You've started. We're not even 20 minutes in, and you're already off the rails.
I'm shins. I'm a shin guy all day. But yeah, I mean, it's a great performance, and it's just something to build on, and I think that's the thing that we really haven't talked about, in our misery and doom and gloom days and all that. But, we need the ball. We just needed the ball to thank you. I appreciate that. We just needed the ball to bounce our way. And it finally did. And it was against a big team, a good team. and I'm happy. And we played well. I don't really care about this luck and everything. We played well, and I'm happy.
I think, you know, the Chelsea match, I really thought for the most part, with the exception of what maybe the first 10 minutes of the second half of that game, I really thought we were in control. And overall, over the last two games, I'd say about 125 minutes worth of pretty dominant football, I would say. I don't know what you guys think, Stan. I really thought we just kind of put it on Chelsea. Maybe take our foot off the gas at the end and take a break mentally, which led to the Abraham goal. The penalty, I'm not gonna burn Pablo Mari at the stake too much with this. I didn't think he had a horrible game. Don't like the penalty. Obviously, if Jorginho converts, that's much different. But I didn't hate it, and I thought the penalty was down more to Marie's legs than anything else. I think he was a little out of gas at that point and just kind of got caught flat-footed. But overall, we've put together two relatively dominant performances here. The first half today, notwithstanding, but take it away.
Yeah, I'd like to say a little bit more of Pablo Mari because I don't know really that much about him. The only concern that I have with him, from what I've seen, is if this was like Football Manager or FIFA, that one attribute that I'll be concerned with is his strength. He looks like that. If he gets clattered into, it could take him out of the game. He looks a bit frail sometimes when it gets a bit physical. But his movement looks pretty good. But I'm still seeing in portions of the game and in today's game, portions where we just there was a portion in the first half where we just kept kicking it back to the goalkeeper. And it's like, how many times does the goalkeeper need to have the ball passed back to him when it's not necessary? I know that we're playing it out from the back, but sometimes we're taking it to extremes. We're getting the ball just up towards the centre circle and then just whiffing it back to the goalkeeper. And I don't know. I don't want to see that anymore. You know, I just don't want to see that anymore. There's no need to put our goalkeepers under pressure all of the time. But I did enjoy the penalty save. You know, I don't expect goalkeepers to.
We saw the wrong goalkeeper.
I don't expect penalties, right? I expect the striker to get it on target. You know, not to kick it wide or kick it over. A striker or a penalty taker should get the ball on target. But I don't expect goalkeepers to save them. So if a goalkeeper can save one, for me, it's a bonus.
I celebrated that save. I celebrated that save more intently than I celebrated any of the three. Xhaka's goal, I scared the dogs. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when that ball went in, like, I jumped off the couch and I was fist pumping. But when Leto made the save, I was double fist pumping. Let's go.
Right. You just remind. I want to get it out of the way now because I'm not a Granit Xhaka fan in the slightest. But sometimes you have to give credit where credit's due. And it's been a long time since we've seen an Arsenal player hoofing a free kick, right? We don't get treated to that very often. So credit to where credit's due. I'm really glad that he got that goal. You know, it was an important goal to get, I think, as well.
Absolutely.
It happened, but it doesn't absolve any of his previous transgressions with me. But I'm glad for that particular moment for him. So credit where credit's due. And I would say again today, about decisive moments. Lacazette, who's had a bit of an up and down past couple of seasons, I would say. And at one point, you have to remember there was one point earlier in the season where he scored in 3 games in a run, even though he looked a little bit out of sorts and then was taken out of the team. And he came in the game today and was decisive. He didn't just come on and be another body. He came on and made a difference. And I'd go as far as saying that in the next game, that has to be rewarded with a start. And again, he's a player that I'm not one of his best critics. I'd like to see him move on and another striker come in. But looking on the balance of what's been happening, you've got to reward that by starting him in the next game. And I'm a little bit worried sometimes that Mikel Arteta is a little bit weird about when he decides to take players out and put them in. Sometimes there's been a few times, Nicolas Pepe, you know, he's had a really good game, and then the next game he's out.
Yeah.
So,
At the end of the day, for me, and I'm going to kind of circle back to something you said prior about Granit Xhaka, and Ryan, you even kind of touched on it as well. You know, look, if he's going to start, if he's going to get a shirt and he's going to get some minutes on the field, then I want him to play well. You know, and that goes for any of them. You know, short of being an absolute scumbag, you know, off the field, and I'm not gonna. You can.
No,
do
on the field
will,
too.
but,
On the field too is good.
Well, I mean, how much of a scumbag can you really be on the field without getting penalized for it? You know, I'm talking like in their personal life, that kind of stuff like that. You know, other than that, if you get a shirt, if the boss gives you a shirt and gives you time on the field, then I'm rooting for you. I want you to have a good game. I'm not out there like, oh man, it's, you know, Granit Xhaka, what's, you know, this sucks, man. I don't want to watch this dude. I'm like, you know, come on, man. Like, let's go. Like, have a good game for once. So kind of don't understand the, you know, I get the pessimism of it, but I'm not so doom and gloom all the time. I try to be more upbeat and whatnot. I want to shout out Tony Turner over here in the chat.
I was going to shout him out too. Tony, this is the perfect time because I'm going to totally shit on Xhaka right now. I don't care that he had a good game. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to get into it. He had a good game, but he didn't have a good game for us. He had a good game for himself. You know, when he was stripped of the armband, he came back, and his first 2 games back, he actually played pretty well. Everyone's like, oh, Granit Xhaka is so good. So what happens now? He gets a red card, gets arrested for 3 games, comes back and has a really good game. No. He should be doing this the entire time. He came back. He had a good game for himself. He did this for his ego, for his pride. Yeah, he helped us win, and I agree with you, Tanner. I do back the players to get a shirt. I was happy. I didn't pull sorry, Tony, I'm throwing under the bus just a smidge. I wasn't upset when Xhaka scored. I wasn't. I was happy. I was glad it was a nice kick. I don't even know exactly what I said, but I was happy. But you know, I want him gone. I don't want him near our team. I don't think he suits us. I don't think he played well today by any stretch of the imagination. He was probably the second worst player for me on the pitch, just my opinion. But you know, he played his game against Chelsea was because it was for his pride and for his ego. Nothing to do with the badge, nothing to do about Arsenal, this, that. It was for Granit Xhaka. And you know, take it for what it is. But I
don't want to do this all night.
That's all I wanted to say.
If they're playing for the pie in the sky, does it matter if they have a good game? Does it matter?
My point is he's not going to.
Hang on. In your mind, then the score was Chelsea 2. Arsenal 2, Chelsea 0, Granit Xhaka 1.
Yeah.
The actual score is like his own team.
No, like I said, I was happy when he scored. I'm not like certain people. I'm not going to say the name again, but you know, it was for his pride, for his ego, it was for nothing else. And he's not going to play better for here on out. I want to see the video.
Hang on, this is twice now that you've brought this up. You said it was for his pride and for his ego, but he scored the goal. So here's my question: that's because does it matter?
It will.
It doesn't matter. Like he scored. So if it would have been for the badge, but he hit the post and it doesn't go in, somehow that is that better?
My point is he's not long for the Arsenal world. He's not going to keep this up. He did this little he did it before when he had the whole thing about him stripping the armband and he told the fans to F off. He came back and he played 1, maybe 2 good games. I think we played Man City in like the FA and he had a good game, and I even admitted he had a good game. But like that's it. Like that's know,
it's 1 or 2 games, good games in 10, right? It was.
Who knows? He could have a good rest of the season and totally shut me up. I hope he does. I hope he does because I care about the name on the front, not the name on the back. So I don't care if Xhaka's wearing a shirt and he's putting in performances. Cool, shut me up. What did Emi Martinez last season do? He shut me up. I didn't want Emmy coming in. I wanted Matt Macy. It's for the record. Everyone can laugh at me, point at me all you want. But he shut me up, and I admitted I was wrong. On multiple podcasts, I admitted I done effed up. But Xhaka is not going to keep this up, and I hope he gets sold in January.
So
I had to.
No, yeah.
So it doesn't matter what he did that for, like you said, Tanner. Right? We can't judge intent, and some people might say that he's so intense and sometimes gets too riled up and gets those red cards because maybe he cares too much. That's a spin on it. But we don't know what he's about. What we can all agree on.
I have a weak heart, Rohan. Stop it.
He's not good enough. We've agreed on that. But Arsenal midfield is dead. Right now with the injection of ESR, right now it's looking better. But when I looked at the Man City game and I looked at El Nani sort of gone back to what El Nani, the $5 million El Nani who can just pass sideways or back. And there are videos of him where he's had clear passes and he still passed it back, right? Like the Man City game was, it was laughable the way that we played and the midfield was dead. So out of that bunch, if anybody has the potential to perform really, it's Granit Xhaka. And he performed really well against Chelsea. Not just the free kick. Don't also forget the ping for the first goal, right? The ball that he put in for the first goal.
For their goal, but no one talks about that though.
What was that? Wait, what was that, Ryan?
He messed up. So his defending was so bad, and he was very poorly positioned for Chelsea's one goal. I don't know who. I think it was Adoy or Abraham. He literally got caught. He got stuck in the mud, and he kind of did this Olay defense where he didn't want to foul him, so he just like, oh yeah, you can go through. That's cool because I don't want to foul you. And then he went right around him, and then he scored maybe 5 seconds later. But I agree. So again, for the Arse Bros, we do the +3, +2, +1, -1, whatever. I gave Xhaka a +2 for that game. I really, even with that mistake, which led to their only goal, I still thought he was really good. With the only person I got more was Saka. I thought Saka was man of the match for me. But yeah, I thought he played well. I think his passing was good. He showed a sense of urgency, which he hasn't shown before. And I think even without him having the ball, players were just making runs before the ball was before the ball even got there. Whereas normally we see players run to the ball, and Xhaka was playing Tierney well. Xhaka was playing Saka well. He had a couple great balls to Tierney in the first half. That I was like, okay, I like this. You're still the next Thursday, but yeah, I'll take this. Give it to me.
Even that game that he got the red card in, the first 15 minutes of that second half, he was linking up really well with this guy, with Tierney. But nothing came out of it, and he got the red card out of that, right? So it's time on time, right? You can't really. He had a good game, and we just stop it at that, right? He's not good enough.
Kind of.
And I want to shout out to Mike from the Gooners podcast. He has a comment up here, scrolling up, comparing Xhaka to Lee Gunner, and I think it's pretty perfect. Everyone views Lee Gunner very negatively, but sometimes Lee Gunner has a couple gems in his pocket. He was the one shouting about how Bellerin's been so bad for all these years. What?
I thought he blocked you.
Well, I was gonna say that later, but I'm saying Lee Gunner is notorious for slating Bellerin before Bellerin got hurt, before we kind of started slating him ourselves. So sometimes he's right every now and then, but he's still like the worst person ever to support our club. And yes, I include Piers Morgan in that conversation. But yeah, I wanted to also say thank you for bringing that up, Stan. I am also blocked by Lee Gunner, so I'm famous, and you all need to bow down. But yeah, no. So I think that's a great job.
You wear that badge with honor, my son.
I do. I love it. You could even ask everybody in the panel. As soon as I found out he blocked me, I posted it to our little chat we have, and I was giddy for a couple hours. I got to be honest.
I think the best one though was Gary when he was like, "Who's Lee Gunner?" Sincerely as well.
Yeah, I don't really want to go down the road of Granit Xhaka and how good
Please
he was.
don't.
I did. This was the celebration that I did when he actually did score. So yeah, see, whatever happens at the end of it, you sometimes have to be happy for your fellow player, right? I was happy for him that he was having a good game. It was a crucial moment just before halftime. He scored a worldie. It meant a lot to the team, and it was for Arsenal's cause at the end of it, right? I felt good about that. I felt good that there was the togetherness in the team, and they showed fight. I've said before that I felt like the team weren't playing for him, but in that game they clearly were.
To be fair, too, when Xhaka scored, I'll admit this. I didn't say this out loud, but the thought did cross my mind, and I was happy about it. We're going to get a little bit more money for him. This is good. He's up in value.
I mean, I like this. There's something to that, too, because if he's going to go, you want to get as much money for him as possible.
I'll admit that, though. I was happy in the moment that he scored. I'm not going to lie. But, kind of like when the other team was – when Chelsea were kicking off, I was like, nice, more money for Arsenal. Let's go. You got to look at the bright side of things, I guess you could say.
So, yeah, speaking of looking at the bright side and kind of trying to find the silver lining, the first half today was, so boring. I've had more entertaining poops than the first half of football today. That's not really, and it's not saying much. It's not saying.
I mean, you'd be surprised the excitement that I could put on the toilet. So we don't get into that.
So a lot of sideways, backwards passing. We'd get into Brighton's half, and then all of a sudden, just kind of stop. Nobody, guys are making runs, but it's a quick dart here, and there's no lane, no creativity. But then all of a sudden, second half,
I love you, Mike.
It's just completely different. I mean, just completely different. And the one thing that I noticed watching, especially Granit Xhaka and Mo Elneny, and I hate that Elneny has regressed back to the guy he was 2 years ago for us. Sideways, backwards passing.
Yeah, but come on, he can't be Elneny every single game. He's going to have an off game, and if you put it in if you frame his performances going back to pre-season, he's done pretty well for us. But today was his best game, but he still, for me, would get a 6.
Elneny or Xhaka?
Elneny.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that I don't.
He's still chasing people down, do you know what I mean? In an 87 minute.
Defensively, I really don't have an issue with him. I think he chases guys down. He can win the ball. It's once he gets the ball on his foot, he's almost like he's deer in the headlights. He doesn't quite know what to do. My only thing with him with the ball on his foot is he'll have 25 yards of space that he can run into, and he'll take 10 of it, and then he stops. And it's like, nobody came to you, nobody put you under pressure, but then you just stopped. Now, maybe the pass isn't there in front of you, but take the space you're given, and make a defender commit to you to try to open up a passing lane to move the ball forward. It's my biggest gripe with him, and it's my biggest gripe with Granit Xhaka. Xhaka, you'll never see a through pass from Granit Xhaka on the ground. Everything he does is lobbed in the air. He tries to get it over the top. That's Granit Xhaka.
Is there a case to be made though that the combination doesn't work?
Oh, I absolutely. I don't think
stars for us for the long term. So
and that right there, kind of to everybody's point that everybody wants Granit Xhaka gone, because I don't think he works well with anybody. He does not work well with Thomas Partey. We've seen that. He doesn't work particularly well with Elneny, and he and Ceballos are just a dumpster fire.
When did he play with Partey?
I think it was Thomas Partey's first game for us, and I can't remember for the life of me who it was again.
To be fair, I do want to see him with Partey if he's going to start. Because
they've played together, but he usually gets when Partey's come on as a sub, he got hooked for Partey to come on, and then in the next game, Partey started the game, and Xhaka was on the bench.
Right.
Could have sworn they played together.
So my thing,
I have had a couple of
So my thing with Elneny is I hate to say this because I love him, but he hasn't been good enough the last 2 games. But I think he just, while we were in our rut, I think he just kind of found his level, and I think he's just nervous and he's scared to take risks because I know he's like, listen, I'm in this team. This
is an interesting point from Ray Anderson.
I agree with Ray Anderson what he's saying, but I think he's just nervous because I think he just doesn't want to screw up. He doesn't want to risk his spot. I think he knows he's not good enough, and that's why, like, in my opinion, I think he's granted, I get it.
This is Arsenal Football Club, right? When we were playing against Manchester City, there were times when Elneny he could see on the right side that there were players here, but because the Man City had an overload on this side, there were runners who were going from the left, and all he had to do is turn his head to the other side and play a simple ball there. But he's been to this Dani Ceballos school of midfielder training, but only half of it, because he just makes that turn and then he passes back, while Dani Ceballos makes that full 360 turn and then does a wrong pass there. But at least he does that. So, there were times that he could have passed, and I'm not asking Elneny to make 50-yard passes or eye of the needle passes, but there were simple passes on, and he wasn't doing it. But I'm not going to slate him for that, because that's his level. But that being said, there was a great comment there that Elneny is a great player when he doesn't have the ball. So he's a great without the footballer.
It's a bit like Willian, isn't it? I still think that the last 2 games have probably been Willian's best performances for us so far.
That's why I think Elneny's a perfect squad player. He's someone you bring when you're up 1-0, 2-0. You bring him on at like the 60th minute, 70th minute, and you just have him chase the ball.
I was thinking. See, here's the other thing to me, though.
Ray said, recycle it.
And that's why I thought Elneny and Partey work so well together, because Partey can be the guy that carries the ball forward. Elneny's the guy that can win the ball. Partey's probably going to be relatively close to him, where he can make a fairly safe pass and let Partey do the legwork then, carrying the ball forward. But I was thinking that before you even made that comment, Ryan, that Elneny on this with where we think Arsenal should be.
And that's the thing too,
Elneny's
right?
a squad player at best.
We want to be a big club. We want to be top 4. We want to be Champions League. Elneny's not going to get us there. He's not going to keep us there.
But
we need center midfielders that could do what Partey's doing. Elneny does half the job, and we need someone to have the ball and be good with it, to be good without the ball. And like I said, I think that's why Elneny's the perfect squad player.
Well, it goes back to what Mike said, and then what you said. You bring Elneny's the kind of player that you probably want to bring on, at 70 minutes, 75 minutes, when you're nursing a 1-goal, maybe a 2-goal lead. You bring him on to really just lock it down and just say, okay, we're done. Wow, you really did get a lot of chocolate. And now you're just rubbing it in.
48 in this box, man. 48 Ferrero Rochers. So
again, though, shout out to Mike, Gooner's podcast. Check it out, great podcast. Obviously, I'm not saying anything crazy here. Elneny's great squad. I don't know if you want to put that comment up, Tanner, but about Elneny being a great squad player. I mean, it's dead on about AMN.
Yep.
I think we're sharing this. I won't go as far as saying spirit animal territory. I love you, Mike Hers. I don't know if you're watching, but I love you. And if you're watching after, love you. But Mike, me and you are just sharing a brain right now, and I love it. I love everything you're saying. So yeah.
Well done, Mike. Well done. Yeah, I know. Stan is teasing all of us.
Listen, Ryan, if you want to go on one of your long-ass monologues tonight, feel free, man, because I've got like a box of Ferrero Rocher here. So,
all right, where should I start?
Well, so yeah, that pretty much covers the 2 games. Lacazette look, I understand why he gets the flack that he gets from people. But I said this last week, and I think you guys pretty much agreed with me. But he works his ass off. Every game, that dude just works. And maybe he's not doing the work you want him to do, but he's still working. Because even Rowan and I, when we disagreed at the beginning of the year, when he was kind of playing that Jesus. I see you reacting, so I'm like, what is going on? Then I look to the comments.
It would appear that Mike shits gold paper.
Oh my!
I don't know from experience, but again, me and Mike sharing the same brain. I don't. There's going to be a show after this show. I'm kind of just killing the camera on one of the stations that we're being broadcast on, and just continuing on my channel when this is over. And I've been advertising, get weird. Oh, it's going to get down.
You guys are already like it's all like you're not going to have anything left. You guys are shooting your shot right now.
Oh, Tanner, you'd be very surprised.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate. Anyway, Lacazette. We hit on it earlier. I can't remember if it was Stan or Rowan that said that he deserves to start the next game. I think Stan. I think that was you. Okay. But he cut for 48 seconds. He's on the pitch 48 seconds 21. And 41.
And 21.
21. 20, oh, wow. So cut it in half. Even better. And he scores. Now, Bukayo Saka, fantastic run. That kid just, when he went down, I was like, oh my God. I like just kind of the way he was rolling around. He wasn't holding his knee, thank God. But just the way he was rolling around, he was kind of smacking the ground. I'm like, oh, what did he do? But then, thank God, they cut to him sitting, up in the stands, and he had a smile on his face. And what's that?
You have an update on him? I'm actually gonna check right now.
I haven't seen anything, but he had a smile on his face when he was sitting when they took him off. So I would say that's a pretty good sign for things. But anyway, Alex Lacazette, dude, he just works, and he got rewarded against Chelsea. He gets rewarded today. Yeah. But the goalie needs to be rewarded on Saturday at the Hawthorns with another start, because there's something there right now that's clicking. Somebody in the comments said earlier that Aubameyang looks off, and he does. Now, that being said, Sam Greenwood, I think it might have actually been you that put the comment up. Let's not forget also that Aubameyang is coming back from a slight muscular injury, I believe.
So what was the excuse before the muscular injury? But
I'm saying if he looks slow right now, because I've seen this on more than one occasion. Like today, he just looked slow, like running. He just couldn't outrun anybody. He can outrun people. He just wasn't doing it today. So maybe there's still.
I don't really think he looked that slow. I think he doesn't press.
Nah.
He doesn't really show urgency. He doesn't fight for balls. When I don't know the Brighton players, but I think it was their right back had the ball, and Aubameyang was like keeping up with them, and he was just like, and it was almost like it almost was as if the right back, right wing back, I don't know who had the ball for Brighton, but it was almost as if he stiff armed Aubameyang, was like shoo fly, but Aubameyang he was just like, oh yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna let you do this. Yeah, I'm not here. I'm not good. And I guess the biggest problem with our team it's the biggest problem. Yeah, maybe you know what? Okay, Sam, maybe he was slow, but to me that wasn't his issue. His issue was he didn't press, he didn't fight, he didn't show that intensity, that hunger that Rohan was talking. Me and Rohan were talking about in the Chelsea game. He didn't show it. He didn't. He just wanted. Tony. He just wanted to get on the end of a ball, score a goal, end the drought. That's all he cared about. I want to finish. I want to score. I want to do that. He didn't want to work. I don't want to go into Oprah territory. But it sucks to say, because he did a really good job winning us an FA Cup. He's won a Golden Boot for us. I guess not for us, but he won a Golden Boot while playing for us. But to me, based on the way we're playing and based on system tactics, Lacazette's the better play here. I'm playing Lacazette all day long. Now, to be fair, I do want an upgrade on Lacazette. I do think we should try to sell him and get some money for him. But I mean, just his fight and his intensity is what we need, especially against a team like a Brighton.
So here's the thing I think about
really
Aubameyang that I've noticed, right? Maybe this is what it's about, right? Either Aubameyang needs to be in a team that's playing really well, or Aubameyang himself needs to play really well. If both of these things are not happening, he's not the guy who can drive the team, and he's not able to do that, right? He's not able to drive the team. He's not able to do that, which is why at the beginning of that second half, when he had that shot, which was less of a save in my opinion, and it sort of hit the goalkeeper from 4 yards out, I was hoping that it would go in, because that would have given us the lead. It would have given him a goal, and maybe that more would have come out of it. Today he did look slow, because there was one time that he played the ball ahead and he tried to run across the defender, but he just couldn't. Those are situations that I back Aubameyang to get to the ball, but he couldn't do that. But there were also times that he was making runs, especially in the second half. There was one time that he made the run and Xhaka put his hand up because he recognized that there was a run, but unfortunately it was on his right foot, right? He gets only paid to play football with his left foot, so he did not play that ball. So, there's a lot of things going into it, but definitely, Lacazette merited the start. In fact, I wasn't sure why Aubameyang started and why he was directly into the team when the team did so well against Chelsea. So yeah, that's.
So real quick, to Rowan's point, let me pose a question here. Just kind of hit me spitballing. Did Aubameyang get to start today as I started Lacazette last week. I'm going to start Aubameyang this week, and I'm going to see which one molds better, meshes better with the three playing behind and around them, meaning Martinelli, Saka, and ESR. So is it let's see who does better, and then we get Lacazette again at the Hawthorns on Saturday, on merit, because he's got 2 goals in the last 2 games, but also because he just meshes better with the younger players. And I want to come back to this, so I'm going to leave this up on the screen because that is tremendous. I want to come back to that. Stan, I know you wanted to say something, so go ahead.
I just think that first of all, I'm with Mike. I don't believe there was any thigh injury at all. I think if I was to pinpoint the part of the season where Aubameyang lost his pace, it was probably just as the ink was drying on that new contract that he signed. I just don't buy into any of it. Do you know what I mean? I don't buy into that players all of a sudden lose pace just like that. He's not showing any interest for me. Yes, there are some times when he makes a couple of runs and you got players like El Neni that will do a sideways pass. And it's probably because a player like El Neni just doesn't have the vision to see that the run is being made. I don't believe that he sees the run being made and thinks, I can't make that pass, so I'm going to kick it sideways. He just doesn't look for it. He doesn't look for that run. And that's probably why El Neni, as I say, is probably 75%, 80% of some of the better players that we have on the team, technically. But the difference being El Neni gives us 100% of that 80%. Right? That's where the difference is. But over Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, I don't know what's going on there. I believe that I don't believe there was any kind of a thigh strain at all. I think that they just had to take him out of the firing line for a while, but they also wanted to save his embarrassment, as he is the captain of the team, remember, and is one of our highest, paid players. He has authority. He's a senior player, and I don't want to embarrass him. He's not going to throw him under the bus like he would to a Guendouzi or a Pepe, because this is a seasoned player. We've had this experiment now. Everyone was crying out that we play Aubameyang through the middle. You were. I was. Let's try it. Pundits were. Is it really working? I understand why Martinelli got taken off today, because he's nursing an injury. But had he not been nursing an injury and he had taken off Martinelli to keep Aubameyang in the team, then I wouldn't have been happy. Because the difference between those two players are quite simple. Martinelli makes things happen for himself, whereas Aubameyang needs things to happen for him. And that's the difference. That's the kind of the difference in the mindset and the personality of two players that we have on our team. Martinelli is so direct, he will make things, he will try to carve it out for himself. Whereas Aubameyang is quite happy to come out of a game and say, well, what do you expect? I didn't get any service.
Right.
I just want to quickly, shout out Richard Francis saying Lacazette plays with more urgency, but he struggles with scoring headers. Lacazette's 5'7", 5'8", so yeah.
So the only way he's winning a header
is if it bounces off his
is against a band of midgets. Am I allowed to say midgets? Short people?
But, okay,
vertically challenged, perhaps.
But I will say quickly to what Stan's saying, if you look at all of Martinelli's best games, you'll notice something. Aubameyang's not playing. Martinelli has his best games without Aubameyang. They can't. I don't know what it is.
You know what?
They find a way to play together. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But if you go back and you look, Aubameyang's not there. So something needs to be said because Martinelli's. You could say Saka, but Martinelli's probably like our star of the future. I mean, Saka's kind of already getting there, but Martinelli, everyone's putting hopes and dreams on him. And Aubameyang is kind of did it, been there, done that, and like we still think he could do it, but he hasn't. So you really want to almost have Aubameyang almost hand the torch off to Martinelli, and maybe do some cool things together. But I don't know. I don't know why they can't play together, but it's not working, and something needs to be figured out.
Go ahead, Ron.
So one thing that I like about this team, which we weren't doing for a while, and the last few goals that I try to remember that we've scored have not been because we've done intricate passing or we've, sliced the team through the middle or something like that. It's because players, especially Saka and now Smith Rowe, have taken other players on. They've gone through they've ridden 1, 2, 3 challenges and then either been fouled, which was the Xhaka goal where Saka got fouled and he won the free kick for that, be it the goal that we scored in the Southampton game in which he went across and then Nketiah played the ball for Aubameyang to score, or be it today's goal in which again there was that run. The finish was the finish and the finish was calm, and it was great because sometimes Lacazette frustrates because he gets that opportunity, either he swings his leg and then the ball would hit his standing leg and he'd completely miss it or something like that, but he really the way he took that shot, or he'd fall over or something like that. But today the way he took that shot was great. But it was because these guys were making those runs, right? And that's the place where Lacazette plays well, because now we've got runners. Now we've got willing runners in the team. ESR, Saka, Martinelli. So what we need in the middle is the guy holding it up and passing the ball, the guys who are crossing him. Aubameyang isn't going to do that. Aubameyang himself wants to be in the middle and he wants to be in the box. So that's why Lacazette maybe is better suited for these youngsters, especially with a guy playing in the middle. As long as you play Aubameyang in the middle, maybe he sort of gets in the way of these other guys. So that's why I propose that when we've got this thing going, we shouldn't. The issue with Arsenal fans is that 1 week these guys are the best players in the world, the next week they are not good enough, and we just need to get rid of them, right? So there needs to be some sort of reality check. Either they're the best talents in Europe, or they're worthless and they're not worthy of even the championship. So now we need to level expectations. But on that note, what we also need to do is right now, when they're in good form, their spirits are high, they're performing well, you need to reward them and you need to give them the tools to perform. Right now this team is being run by those youngsters, and the youngsters work well with Lacazette. So play Lacazette.
So here's the thing as well. I don't believe that Emile Smith-Rowe was a better footballer than Willian. It can't be, just because of the experience, the things that Willian has done, the situations that he's been in football games, maybe in cup finals, trying to get through a semi-final, all of these things. But the difference is, right now, Emile Smith-Rowe, he has the desire.
I will say one thing.
That's the key difference. And we've got that in a few positions on our team. Yeah? We've got players in our team that are better than other players, but they don't have the desire than the player that's maybe a younger player or a player that just maybe has less ability, just because that's where they are. But they're not showing the desire, and that's the problem. And they're the ones that have got to go. Ozil.
That's been
Willian. David Luiz. These players have just a Xhaka. Players that don't show any consistency. And Ryan hit the nail on their head with Granit Xhaka. He goes through his petulant stages, whereas an incident is petulant, is either telling us to fucking fuck off or whatever. And then he comes back and he puts in a couple of performances. And did you not notice as well? I'm not all. Some people are really wrapped up in apologies. He didn't apologise for this. He didn't apologise for that.
Yeah, what did he say? He tweeted something.
But he was like, people talking. He was quite, rather than just getting on and talking about the game, he made a big deal about, the fans and their opinions. And that's the one thing that I don't like. If you don't want to apologise, and you don't want to do that, because that's not, I would rather someone didn't apologise than apologise and it's not meant. They're just paying lip service. I prefer someone to be real. But if he doesn't want to apologise, leave that whole subject alone. Don't even go there. Don't even go there. But to start going, well, yeah, I scored the free kick and I've heard all these people, because it's only going to last for a couple of games, and then the effort's gone again. You go back from getting a match 8 rating to just going to getting 4s and 5s again. So it doesn't hold any. It's hollow words for me. It's hollow words. I can't even remember where I was going now, but.
Well, I will. Well, I'm kind of what you were talking about with Willian and ESR. The one thing I will say is I do believe Willian is technically a better football player than ESR.
Yeah,
I think ESR, his intelligence, the way he reads the game, I think is the best we've seen in quite some time. I think the way the runs he makes, where he knows where to go, he knows where to be. And just his intelligence on the pitch, I think, goes unmatched.
He's hungry, right? He's hungry for it.
Yeah, but I think he just reads the game. I think he reads the game very well.
He comes across that. He looks at the team sheet, and if he sees us in the team, he's like, oh, I've got to go and play for 90 minutes. Do you know, maybe, I'm not saying that he does that, but that's the kind of projection that you get. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just going through the motions, and do you know what I mean? Win, great. Lose, doesn't matter. Probably get picked again next week. Do you know what I mean? Gonna go home now. Do you know what I mean? Gonna lie on a big pile of money. It's just all bullshit. Whereas someone like ESR, do you know what I mean? You believe it. When you see him play, you believe it. You're like, you're with him.
The real question,
you want to be right down there with him, sort of thing. You believe what you're seeing.
The real question,
I don't believe any of them anymore.
Yeah, that's the real thing, right? When Willian's back, when he's fit from his illness, it's going to be, is he going to get the start? Is he going to play?
I don't shower regularly. I don't use good personal hygiene.
I thought of that when I did that.
That's exactly what I heard when you said that. I don't use deodorant.
But yeah, I mean, that's the test, because there are rumors out there that are saying that Arteta is unhappy with Willian. And he wants to get rid of him, and he wants to bring in, I forget the person. I think the guy is the guy from Barcelona. I don't even know who it was, but it was in the same tweet. But I mean, the only thing you do is just, see if this, feeds Willian and kind of gives him hunger. And the one thing I will say, kind of going back to the Chelsea game a little bit, and I'm not going to say Willian was going to play better. I'm not going to say we won because Willian wasn't. Yeah, that is fantastic. Was in the squad, but. And there's a thing with American football. I don't know how much it translates. I think it translates a little bit to our football. But, you know, when former players play against their old team, it's like a revenge game. And like, I'm a big fantasy American football guy, and I play that. If I know a guy's going against his former team, I'm starting him every week because they always put up numbers. They always do. And I do think, part of me, I want to think that anyway, because he is an Arsenal player and he is wearing an Arsenal shirt, and I want to support all my guys. Maybe not Xhaka, but whatever. But I would like to think he would have had a really good game against his old team, especially a team that like didn't really want to, like, they wanted him, but they weren't willing to, you know, do what they wanted to do to make him feel happy, to make him feel good. And that's to me, as a, you know, not even to me, but just you, if you're a professional player and you're with the club for X amount of years, and like it's pretty much your team, and you want to stay with that club, and he's like, yeah, I just have these, you know, little demands because they sound little to you. Maybe to the club they're a lot bigger, and they're like, no, we want you, but we don't want you that bad. To me, it's the same as saying we don't want you. Period. Exclamation point. Get out of our club. So with that, I think that's the kind of hunger he needed, and I think he could have had a good game. Again, I'm reading too much. He didn't play. It is what it is. But
doesn't that not make it worse? You've got, you know,
in a way it does. But again,
the shit performances that he's put in this season.
Exactly.
And
no, I agree.
He scores a goal and creates 2 goals in a Chelsea game. You'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, but again, it goes back to my original point. It goes back to my original point where now that ESR has took his spot, and or Saka, whoever you want to say took the spot because the formation and tactics are all different and changed, they both played better than him than the 2 games, so whatever. Did he learn from anything? Did he, oh, well, these guys are chomping at my heels. I'm starting week in and week out, but now that I'm sick, I come back. Like I need to excuse my French, but shit or get off the pot, you know? And it's, what are you going to do? You know, you have to do something. And I think it's vital. And I kind of almost want Willian to start like a game or 2, you know, when we play like a Newcastle, who's kind of not done as well as they should have been doing, and just see what he could do. So we could kind of be like, oh, okay, that's who you really are. You're not good enough. You need to like, excuse me, sir, you drank too much alcohol. You need to leave. I don't know that from experience, but like, I would think that's how people talk to other people when they drink too much.
Anyway, let me get Stay Fresh's super chat in here. Thank you very much for the kind donation, Stay Fresh. Why are we just using a 10 now and the manager is strolling around like that's how he's always played? We have sustained attacks now, more chances. I think, and this is just me, but I just think this is a case of a young player, a talented young player, taking the bull by the horns and saying, okay, I'm gonna make it very hard for my manager to justify dropping me from the lineup at this point. And also let's consider that Smith Rowe and Martinelli they're playing together. So I think there's something to be said there as well. I don't know that Smith Rowe plays this well. And he hasn't done anything. He's not been earth shattering. Like, he's not setting the world on fire.
I thought he was really good today.
He has been really good. I'm just saying, like, you know, he nothing flashy. He's doing what somebody in that role, in that position, should be doing. He's not just standing around. And the thing that I'll say,
his jersey when he got subbed off today, if you noticed it was covered in brown and green. It was covered in grass and dirt because he fought tooth and nail for that ball. He was all over the place. He was getting fouled. He was doing everything he could to get that ball. And I think that's the difference too, because you can say maybe Willian's older. I don't know, but you know, in ESR's game against Chelsea, he ran the most kilometers in the entire first half.
The one
and
thing.
That's what we need. We need a guy that's going to run back and forth. And I don't know the numbers from today's game, but I'm sure he ran a heck of a lot. Well, Willian is just not going to do that. That's not how he plays. That's not our DNA, and we need that. We need that guy in the middle of the field that's going to run back and forth and back and forth, and we don't have that. You think Shotgun's going to do it?
Well, Willian
won't do it well.
Let's make this the last that we mention his name, because the fact is, as Stan said earlier, he's had his best 2 games against Chelsea and today against Brighton.
He wasn't even good. I gave him a -2.
So no, Willian.
Is that in the transfer market? We know now that if we're playing in this kind of a formation, which obviously I think Mikel Arteta does want to play before at the back if he can, and having seen what ESR can do, it's obvious now, I think, that when we go into the transfer market, That's the position that we need to be buying for. And Emil Smith-Rowe needs to be the backup for someone who's experienced in that role. Because Emil Smith-Rowe can't play for the whole season every game, right? And he's still young and he's still learning. As competent as he's looking, I think that we need to be having someone in now who's got experience in that role that Emil Smith-Rowe will rotate with, and also have an opportunity to learn his craft from as well.
Let me ask a question along those lines.
Soft tissue injuries.
So I may have mentioned this like really early on, like in one of the very first shows we did, because we were talking about transfers. We started, kind of right in the the middle of the summer transfer window. So with this attacking midfielder role that Smith-Rowe finds himself in, that was supposed to be Mesut Ozil, we kind of never really replaced him, but now we have Smith-Rowe. So do we go and do we get a player? So I put out a poll about it, and I probably should have clarified what I was asking, because I got a lot of comments about like not buying somebody, and that wasn't what I meant. Do we invest in the position? Meaning, do we invest in the? I'll explain it in a minute. Let me ask the questions. Do we invest in the position, or do we invest in one player? In other words, if we have, let's say we have 70 million to spend, do we take that 70 million and spend it on two players in the attacking midfield role, or do we spend it on one player and say, okay, you've got the job? Do you know what I mean? So with Smith-Rowe, I actually disagree. I want to give the job to Smith-Rowe, and I want to bring someone in to back him up. And basically it's kind of like this. I at this point, I'm kind of like, throw him to the wolves. Like, I mean, if he doesn't play against the Liverpools, the Cities, I struggle to say that there's anybody better than those two, despite where City sit in the table right now. But if he doesn't play against Liverpool, how's he ever going to get to the point of where we're comfortable to say, go play against Liverpool? You know what I mean? So to me, bring in a player, but maybe in the next 5 months, they rotate based on fitness, based on form. But I don't want to go out and buy somebody better than Smith-Rowe right now. I want Smith-Rowe to grow into the role. So I want somebody to come in and push him. And I think that will make him better. So
see, I don't think it matters. You're saying like, oh, I don't want to buy something better than ESR, but like if we could, again, this is just devil's advocate. If we could get someone technically better than ESR for 15 million, 20 million, we're gonna do it. We're gonna bite off the hand. To me, it's not about, do we want to get someone better than ESR to play in front of him and he can learn, or do we want someone to back up ESR? To me, it's not the argument. It's who can you get as an attacking midfielder that can help this team for the right amount of money, and then if you get like a list of, let's just, for an example, you get 3 guys, A, B, and C, and 2 of them are better than ESR, but they cost a lot of money, and C is dirt cheap but worse than ESR. Then you could have an argument. But to me, it's all about, you need the bang for your buck. You need what's going to give you the best chance to win with this football club. And if that means, what's up, Greg? Maybe we'll play some Apex later. But anyways, what that means is you gotta just, I don't even see, Greg, you're distracting me. I don't like this at all. You're a bad teammate. But my point is you need to see what's going to give you the best bang for your buck. It does not matter if they're better than ESR. It does not matter if he's worse than ESR. We just need to invest smart, because we haven't been doing that. We haven't sold smart. We haven't bought smart. So obviously, what's going to say us from starting that, from doing that now? But it's just something that we need to be conscientious of and not worry about, should we get someone better than ESR, worse than ESR, same as ESR for rotation? No. I care about bang for my buck. That's all that I'm concerned about at this point, because we need to sell. And sell.
And those in the chat box, I keep seeing Isco's name coming up, man. I mean, The only thing that Isco has got going for him, right, is that he's got a really fancy short 4-letter name. That sounds like a really cool Brazilian. Isco is the shit, right? He's the absolute fucking shit, right? And let me just tell you, right, some of his stats, right? 2015 to 2016, right, he played 31 games. He scored 3 goals and had 7 assists. Not bad on the assist level. 2016, 2017, 30 games, 10 goals, 8 assists. That's not bad at all. But then 27, 2018, he had 30 games, 7 goals, 7 assists. The next season, 27 games, 3 goals, 2 assists. The next season, 2019, 2020, 23 games, 1 goal, 2 assists. This season, 10 matches, no goals, 1 assist. I don't understand why everybody thinks that Isco would be the answer. We would just be saddling ourselves with another Mesut Ozil, in my opinion.
The only thing I will say that I did see on
doing at all, because his wages ain't going to be cheap, man. I mean, it's all this Real Madrid pedigree. They don't want him at Real Madrid for a reason. It's not good enough.
Right.
The only thing I will say in response to that is the one thing I did see on Twitter that I don't want to say I was like, oh, let's buy Isco then. But the one thing I saw, I was like, all right, you're interested in me a little bit would be, I forget who tweeted this, but they said, if you were, I mean, again, hindsight 2020, but if they came up to you and goes, hey, we're going to buy Isco, we're going to get Isco on loan for 6 months, just for rotation, and we're going to invest and buy an attacking midfielder. Would you then get a loan for Isco? I still probably lean toward no. But like that, to me, that's the only thing that interests me. To me, I want rotation for ESR. That's right now. That's what I'm focused on. I want to play ESR and I want to rotate because he's had so many soft tissue injuries in so many different areas of his body that he needs rotation. I'm telling you, the game. If we don't get rotation for him, I'll get into Bendoya in a minute. But if we don't get a replacement for ESR and Arteta's like, oh, cool, he's doing his job. Play. And he gets hurt. I don't think you'll ever see me matter. I'm going to be furious. We need rotation for him because I think he has the ability. I think he's smart enough to hang with the big boys. Yeah, I don't even know. He's a guy from Norway, right? But I don't think his body is going to let him play a full season, 90 minutes in, 90 minutes out. I know he's been subbed off, but I don't think his body's going to handle it because his body's not used to playing so much because his body's been hurt so many times. And the thing I will say about Bendoya, fudge, I fucked his name up. Anyways.
Buendia. Say good day in Spanish.
Is that when the going gets tough for Norwich, he does not show up. He is someone who kind of throws his toys out of the box when things aren't going his way. The last few games, he hasn't been playing for Norwich. I don't know if anyone, or maybe it was like last season. I don't know. But I know – no. Excuse me. Sorry. The last 4 games of the Premier League, when Norwich were already like going down, he conveniently got sent off for a stupid, silly foul. I don't remember what it was. But he quit. He quit on the team when it's like, all right, well, we're going to go down. So he quit. Granted, I don't expect to be in that spot, but I don't want someone that's already shown his colors. I don't want someone that's already shown that he wants to quit on the team.
And I would say that's exactly the same as Awar as well. They're good time guys. They're good time guys. When things are going really well, they're the best to have around. But when it's time to get your backs up against the wall, they're so negative. They drag everyone down. Do you know what I mean? Everything's like, woe is me. We don't need those kind of players around.
And that's why I'm so big on
the biggest one, fucking Diego Costa. I mean, that I was absolutely fucking horrified that we're being linked to that fucking pensioner. I mean, have we not learned anything from fucking bringing in Luis and fucking Willian? And I really hope that is clickbait and the biggest laugh going, because I'll tell you now, right? If we sign Diego Costa, I'd have to write a strong letter to somebody.
Very strong letter to someone somewhere. you're going to get a very terse writing from me.
So
Right.
it's weird, right?
Listen, I'll say this: Diego Costa, I'd have taken him when he went to Madrid.
Exactly.
I'd have taken him then. If I were going to take him, I'd have taken him then, because that dude would have brought one thing to this club. Oh yeah, that's the dude that you don't want to fight like that. He'd rip your head off and shit down your neck for fun. For fun.
Yeah,
we're gone now, right?
It's done. Yeah, so there's
downward trajectory yet again of a player that would be coming in on a lot of cheese, hell of a lot of cheese, and we'd probably do something stupid again, like give him a fucking 3-year contract.
Yeah, Stan, he's the perfect. I don't know what you guys are crazy. This is the perfect signing for Arsenal. He's over 30.
Oh,
he's a former Chelsea player. He's looking to retire. Arsenal retirement home FC is just it's the perfect spot for him.
Would I bring him in January until the summer, and a deal like that? Maybe.
It's weird.
A very short deal like that. Maybe he might have something to prove, but going out and giving him something like a 3-year contract and all that bollocks like we did with Julian, that's no.
I just don't want him because he'll take playing time from Balogun.
Yeah, I hate him. I hated him in Chelsea. I couldn't stand him. He I saw red when I watched him on the field. Just the dirt baggery, the whatever you want to call it. He was just a nasty. But
he was the dude that if he'd have been at Chelsea, or if he'd have been if he'd have been with us, you'd been like, yeah.
I don't think so. You say that. I don't know. I can't put myself in those shoes because he didn't play. So
you would rather.
He's just
a
horrible
guy you would rather. In his prime, he's a guy that you'd rather have him playing for your team than against
playing
right?
against.
And just think about this, right? Chelsea have had shit luck with their number 9s for years, right? Like, right after Drogba till Costa, and then even after that, Timo Werner is just not showing up, right? And Costa hit the ground running when he came to the Premier League. That guy was something else. He was the Drogba type player who'd pull the team and play really well. And even if he wasn't scoring, his attitude was top notch for the team. But now he's washed up. So let's get that out of the way. And I want to address the first question that you asked, Tanner, which is, what sort of player would you buy? And whether it should be a backup to ESR or whether it should be someone who should be taking playing time. See, and I feel like if I give the wrong answer, Stan is gonna he's gonna click the door and I'll be gone. Let's take it to the crocodiles and the floor, right?
I'm having what you would call a Blofeld moment.
So here's the thing, right? Now for years we've been compromising on talent. I don't want to get shitty players just to fill up the roster, right? What we need to get is quality.
Why would we do that anyway?
What we need is quality, and we need, if we want to be a good team, now that we can get rid of big wage bills, we need to get hungry players. But what we also need to get are players who we're proud of, that they can play in the first team, right? We just don't need bodies in there. We don't need passengers in the team. We need players who can give competition. And when they come into the first team, we don't see he's an El Neni who can just do the job, that sort of thing. And no dirt on El Neni, because at that point we had that sort of midfield that we could get an El Neni who was, that utility man. At that point we had your Ramsey, Jack Wilshere, Cazorla, Ozil, all of these guys. So it was okay to have an El Neni, but not at this moment. Now what we need is quality. We need to aspire now this summer to become a big team, to become a team like City, to become a team like Liverpool, right? Who have competition all over. They're not convinced that they just have, because I have, Sterling and I have, this guy, Bernardo Silva, I'm not going to get a Mahrez. No, I'm going to get him. And I'm going to get Fernan Torres as well, and I'm gonna get some other guy, and I'm gonna fill this up, bolster it. That is why they keep winning the Carabao Cup, because their C team could challenge for the Champions League spots, and that is the place that we want to be, right? Why would we try to get mediocre players to back up a 20-year-old unproven player? And that player is just going to be what? He's just going to be a passenger, a Cedric, You don't want those signings.
I mean, what can Emil Smith Rowe, at the stage he is in his career, teach a younger player right now? I think that he's a very good prospect, but he does need someone, I think, who's a little bit older, that he can learn off, and he can rotate and fight. Keep that person on their toes. Do you know what I mean? Be good competition for it. But I don't think that we should be throwing him in now and saying, hey, right, this is your position, and we're going to now go buy a backup for you. I don't think he's quite at that stage yet.
And Smith Rowe is 20 years old. Even if we get a guy in his prime, say a 26, 27-year-old, he's going to have enough time to grow and to get into that team. If he gets, I'd be happy if Smith Rowe for the next 2 seasons gets maybe 20 to 25 games, in and out, a few substitute appearances, cup appearances, things like that. That's what is required, instead of, just banking our hope on a youngster who's got an injury record, a history of injury, and who's played 2 games for us, and we're hyping him up so much that we're saying that now he needs a backup. He needs this is like, I'm a first-year associate and I get a secretary on the first day. You don't do that, right? Like, you are the secretary on that first day. What office runs like that? But this is typical Arsenal Football Club, where we think that this was Wenger's mentality, and I could understand that he said that I couldn't get a Xabi Alonso because that would have hurt, Aaron Ramsey's, his growth, etc. But we're not at that stage, and we don't have that sort of roster where we've got that sort of midfield. Our midfield is dead, and we need to bolster it which is a good thing, because we can actually, fill it up with quality players and not passengers.
I'm confused, Ryan. So you want someone younger than ESR, or you want an
older
guy?
I want someone older who can teach ESR something, and who can a mentor, and who can come in and out of the team, who's some person that we are happy with for that person to be in the first team. It shouldn't be just a passenger, some guy that we signed at the end of his career, another Willian sort of a signing. No, that's not what
Isco.
The only reason why I disagree with you guys is because all of the guys we signed in to bring in as older to mentor, they just see it as, oh yeah, like I'm a substitute teacher and I'll teach ESR, but I'm gonna just sit on my retirement fund because I'm tenured at this school, and I'm just gonna hang out. I'm gonna blow bubble gum, put my feet on the desk with my Skechers and my orthotics in, and just chill and read the newspaper while these kids go crazy. We're not in that spot to do that. We need somebody that's going to do the job. We need what I call bang for your buck, and I kind of did like a little humping motion. But I think I guess maybe I'm alone with this. I think ESR is one of the most, if not the most, intelligent football player at Arsenal. I know it's a big statement, and I always make big, stupid statements, but I'm gonna put my flag in the dirt and say that I think ESR intelligently is just light years ahead of this club as a whole, and I just think it's his body that I'm worried about. It's his injuries, and I need someone that can rotate with him that'll just put the effort in that he could put in. Because I do think ESR is a talent, and I think intelligently he is just so smart. He's doing even the Chelsea game. I don't think he was the best player by any stretch of the imagination, but the little things that he was doing on the field were just mind-blowing to me, and things that we haven't seen from this team the entire season. And he was just allowing so many other players to excel. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm tooting his horn after 2 games. But I've seen this. I've watched him in the U23s. I've seen him play for a couple of years now, and I'm always talking about older men and Ryan. I'll get to that later, Mike. But I've always been big on ESR, and I think we just at this point, you know, and kind of I don't think any offenses, Lone Star Londoner, but like I'm actually gonna sort of agree with him and say we need players that are gonna play for the badge. End of. I don't care if he's better than ESR, worse than ESR. I need you to play for the badge, and I want to spend as little money as we can to get you. And you need to be maybe better than sorry, Egyptian God on the NA. You need to be better than on the NA. And like you pass those 3 requirements, you know, I'll toss you a shirt. Welcome to the club.
Okay. I wasn't expecting him to stop there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I figured we had another at least 7 minutes to go before he was going to stop. The thing for me with ESR and the player that's going to come in and mentor him, so on and so forth, I just don't think that player's out there. I think if you have to go outside of the club to find that player ideally would have been Mesut Ozil. But if you have to go outside the club to find a player that's going to come in here, and your hope is that he's going to mentor his replacement, footballers just don't think that way.
I would have. What does mentorship mean? I don't want someone to come in and stand at the whiteboard and try to teach him stuff. I want some guy who can play really well, from whom this guy can see and learn. So some guy who plays well, plays for the badge, and is in his
there's the other caveat.
The perfect scenario for me would have, if we'd maybe had the 38 million and bought someone like that Donny van der Beek, who's not getting used at Man United in the slightest, and is a very, very, very good player in that role. You bought him.
Sam, you watch your mouth.
And now you have someone like ESR.
Watch your mouth, Sam. I know where you live. Now you don't.
He's on the bench, and he's coming on, you know, maybe after 70 minutes, you know, something like that, to come on. And in certain games, he's starting to give Donny a rest. That would have been a perfect scenario for me. That would have been a perfect scenario.
Yeah, no.
I mean, right now, like I said, Aouar's not that. He's not that player because he's just getting into the peak of his career.
You know,
and now with everything that I've heard about him since the start of the season, really don't know that I want him. So I'm kind of glad we didn't get him. That's why I say I kind of want somebody. We need to bring somebody in to spot Smith Rowe, ESR.
And like Rohan says, it doesn't have to be someone that has to stand at a whiteboard. And Donny van der Beek is not an old guy himself, but he's won the league in his country. So he knows what it takes to win a league, right? He's been all the way to the final in the Champions League. So that's the kind of experience that I'm talking about. And just by the way he plays, that's someone that ESR can watch.
What did United pay for him?
38.2 million.
You know what? Let me. Okay, so Stan, I already know your answer. Ryan and Rowan, would you give United 38.2 million for Donny van der Beek to come in
right now?
Right now. In other words, you just go to United and you say, "Look, you guys aren't really using this guy. We'll give you exactly what you paid for him. Give him $1 million more just to entice them." I mean, because they
give them £1 more. That's the one, right?
What's that, Stan?
We give him £1 more. Come on,
£1. Yeah, we'll give you £1 more.
I see. I would, but I'm not because I don't know. I just care so much more about thinning out our roster. We have so many extra people. I just want to sell. That like I'm not even thinking about that. But I guess like if you told me like, oh, we're gonna sell people, would I then do it? Yeah, I would. But like I don't care about like I guess my mindset is just sell. I don't care. I don't care about these buy ESR replacement, even though I really want one. Yeah, our roster is so bloated. We need to sell. I don't think we emphasize this enough. Or I know I try to, but we just need to sell. And
yeah, basically, you know, the money we got for Iwobi was more than what we could have. We could have had change. 2 million in change if we spent that on Van der Beek, you know. Another player, again, in that similar role, is Hakim Ziyech injured? Why is he not playing for Chelsea? Is he injured or what?
He's injured.
He's injured.
He did his
Hasn't been fully fit since he got to Chelsea.
Okay.
Because he played well.
I almost forgot he played for Chelsea.
Yeah, he really did.
Until you brought it up. Yeah, I'd completely forgotten.
And he played really well actually for those games that he did play. He seems to have that Mahrez sort of like wand of a left foot. But
again, wasn't that like a 25 million buyout clause? Cheaper than Van der Beek, wasn't it?
Cheap, yeah. And when he played, he looked like the most threatening, much more than Havertz and any of the other guys.
This is the thing, we limit our scope, right? We see these players are available, and we're talking about players that have got buyout clauses. And I'm telling you now, because I lived in Amsterdam for many, many years. A player playing football in the Eredivisie with a buyout clause, if a team like Arsenal came along, he'll snap their hand off. You know, because the wages in the Dutch league is extremely low, you know, very, very low. And the sort of money that he would get at Arsenal, it'd be a big bump up. And I don't understand why. Well, I do understand it. It's us. We miss out on the scope of players available because we're only using at the moment these certain agents, and we're getting players that are on these agents' lists. And it's almost like we need a player in a certain position, but how we're getting players sometimes, it seems like we ring up these agents and say, who have you got available that's ready for a move? Instead of, we need a player that plays in this position that has these traits and has these attributes and can fit into these kind of formations.
Yeah. We don't see who's the player and then see, does he have an agent? Who's the agent? We see who's the agent that we have on our roster and then go down to the players, which is the opposite of how we used to behave, because we didn't let agents in till about 3 years ago. And then all of a sudden,
you know, building our defense, like it appears that we have been. Why did we not just go and activate Upamecano's release clause? He had a release clause. We could have activated that, no problem, brought him in, job done. But we're missing out on the scope of some of the players that are available because we're only dealing with blinkers. We've got these blinkers on, and we're only dealing with these certain people for whatever reason. And it just seems a real parochial approach for a club that's supposed to be international.
Yeah, we've really, it does really seem like, hell, I don't know what, over the last at least 5 years that we've really narrowed the scope of the players that, not the players that we're looking at in terms of their style, but looking at players in terms of where they're from.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we don't even look at players in England, for crying out loud. I would have been absolutely over the moon 5 months ago, 5 months ago, 4 months ago, whatever, if we would have signed Said Benrahma from Brentford. I would have been over the moon about it. Now, that being said, he went to West Ham, and he's not done anything for West Ham that I'm aware of. I've not particularly paid close attention to West Ham, but I, see post-match reports and things, and just don't really see his name being bandied about by many. So I would have taken him in a heartbeat here, but we don't seem to look at not only English players, but players playing in England. Be it in the Premier League, be it in the Championship.
I thought it was very telling that Vardy turned us down when there was a serious interest in him. I thought that was very, very telling. That I was going to say, Ryan, you've changed. But what's going on? But we couldn't even entice James Vardy, and then the other guy that we've been linked with, that midfielder. I can never say his name.
Szoboszlai. He's in Leipzig.
Are we really losing out on a player from the French league? He's going to go, nah, I don't fancy Arsenal. I'm going to go and play for RB Leipzig.
Well, that's I'll say this, Dan, on just that specific instance. He was playing for Salzburg in the Austrian league. They're both owned by Red Bull. So I think there was a comfort there with ownership or whatever style. I think he just felt more comfortable kind of. I don't think that really had anything to do with Arsenal. I think that was all in the player. I don't think the player turned down Arsenal as much as the player wanted to go to. I think he wanted to go to Leipzig when he knew Leipzig were involved. I think he wanted to go to Leipzig. And the guy, to piggyback on that, just jumped in because we're getting ready to go after party, baby, here in about 5 minutes. But I'll bring Jess and Drew in here. Drew, did Szoboszlai go to Leipzig because he like style, ownership, whatever, or did he turn down Arsenal?
Well, it's a bit of both. Like players that go from the Austrian Bundesliga have a better chance of translating their form to Germany, which is culturally it's similar. The language is the same. Expectations on younger players is not as heightened. He's guaranteed to play at RBL. At Arsenal, we don't know how we would have used him, where we would have used him. Nagelsmann historically is very good with young players as well. So everything about it was the right fit. He'd have minimal adjustment, to go from Austria to Germany on every level, to go to England, to be one of the only Hungarian players to ever play in England, for example. To come with his expectations, it would have been a huge difference. You know what I mean? So he'll leave Germany eventually. He's not going to finish his career with them. He'll go somewhere else, so it's inevitable. But that's the transition that normally happens. And normally, if you do go from Austria to somewhere else, you go to like a jumper club. Like that's why Sadio Mane went to Saints first. He didn't go from Salzburg to Liverpool. He went to Salzburg. Did wonderfully. Adapted to the country, adapted to the league, the language, the expectations. He made the move to a bigger club. So I wasn't, I don't think personally he would have been. I don't think he would have adapted quickly or whatever happened. I think it would have been a, not like a you sign him if you're Arsenal, you're looking at him like 3 years from now, not immediately. So just my take.
Obviously the Premier League is a better league. I love the Bundesliga. I know me and Drew have certain ties to the Bundesliga, but would you rather join a Bundesliga team in third place or a Premier League club struggling in 15th or 16th place? I mean, that's really all you got to ask.
He's going from Salzburg to play in Champions League and win the league every season, or 90% of the time, to a club like Leipzig, who are Bayern. They're a good club. They're one. They have a very young and progressive manager, again, who's good with younger players. They have a fast track. He's playing with brilliant players as well. It's not like they've got like Weissman and their 11. They have excellent players as well. Yeah. So they've gone to Bundesliga. So it's not like it's and not for nothing. I know that a lot of the fans don't want to hear this, but Leipzig are miles ahead of us in their project than ours. There's not even a debate. So there is no debate to be had. You know what I mean? So it's also why Upamecano isn't just trying to jump ship now. Bigger clubs than us have interest, and he hasn't left yet. So we can't just say it's just us. It's United have had interest. City have had interest. Bayern have had interest. He's still in Leipzig still.
It sucks too because January 2nd, when they play Stuttgart, they're probably gonna get their ass kicked. But again, like Leipzig's a great team, and I only say that because Giannis in the chat brought up Wangatuka, who
he's very, very good.
Yeah, but let's just face it, Leipzig are a better team than us right now, and the third, like Drew said it perfectly. Champions League is just it's the I don't even want to say flavor of the month. It's like the flavor of the last couple of years. Champions League is just where you want to go. It's where you want to play. To me, that's more the world stage than like the Premier League or other places. And even to some people, though, people prefer the Champions League over like World Cup. And again, it's kind of apples and oranges a little bit, but it's such a big deal. And like Drew said, Leipzig are brilliantly ran. They have a lot of young players who we've kind of been after for a couple of years. So and also too, with them being parent clubs, sibling clubs, or whatever you want to call it, it just made the transition that much easier. But again, agree with Drew. Like the fourth time I said that in one sentence. I don't think Leipzig is going to be his final destination. I think he will move on to bigger and hopefully better things.
Since we are at the topic of transfers, and maybe this is an after party sort of discussion, but like what about bringing some of the guys that we have on loan, bringing them back and trying them out? We've got two, right? We've got Guendouzi and we've got this guy, Torreira, right? Two of them.
Both of them over Arteta's dead body.
Two of them sent out by Arteta, but I think this run of losing has sort of, maybe it's changed Arteta. Maybe Arteta has grown himself. You learn more from failures than you do from victories, right? That time he was riding the high of the FA Cup and he thought that he could do no wrong. So I'm going to stamp my authority and Guendouzi, you hold Maupay's neck and you're out of the team. Or, Torreira, you're not good enough. But now he's seen how these players that he has signed, he wanted Williams and the other guys, they've down tools and how they have cost him his job almost. Now, is it time for him to bring those guys back? Because I don't know how many big money signings we're going to do in the winter transfer window. So, and we've got to, we'll do zero. So we've got to bolster our midfield because, we've seen what this team can lead us into, right?
I mean, do we really want Guendouzi back? Like,
Yes, and yes.
You know what?
I love Guendouzi, Sarah.
Let me jump in here because on that note, I know that Ryan, I'm going to keep it PG-13. I know that Ryan has his feelings for Guendouzi. So this is going to be a good place to wrap up the main portion of the show. We are going to jump over to my YouTube channel now. I have posted the links on Twitter. You could copy and paste the link that I put in a comment here. In fact, I will put the comment or the link back over to my channel for you real quick. You can copy and paste that into your browser.
Did you not get authorization for this show to be on the main channel? Is that
I'm trying to build up.
Did the birthday boy say I cannot have Drew and his disgusting mouth, and then Mike, who always knows what's right to say? I mean, you can't have this on the main channel.
Yeah,
I saw Drew's eyes roll when I came in, and buddy, I love you so much, man. I love you. I love you.
Thank you very much to everybody who is going to leave us here at this point. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching as always. I would be remiss if I did not wish everybody a happy new year. Stan, I'm going to throw it to you for last word on the big show. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the big show. What, the wrestler? Yeah, he's not bad.
It's a big show. I kind of look like it right now.
I just want to say to all of the people that come into the chat box each week and those that listen back in the UK, especially on the replay, thanks for sticking with us since we started this venture. Same with Arsenal USA. And until we see each other again, I'd like to wish each and every one of you a really happy new year and keep your chins up, because I think that 2021 can't be as dog shit as 2020. It's got to get better.
No.
I'm keeping all my chins up right now. All three of them.
Rowan, last word.
Oh, this has been a good time. The festive period, thankfully, has been good to Arsenal. It's been a good Christmas. We've done well last two games. Now we look forward to doing well. My boy Chad is in the chat box, with whom I watched the turn of Arsenal's fortunes and going up and Chelsea going down. So, let's hope we win the next one and we're 3 points behind Chelsea and we can mount some sort of momentum and get back into it. We were 15th, now we're 13th. Let's get into that top half and then let's start a surge.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, what Rohan said was pretty spot on. Obviously, I didn't want to be this bad, but if we're going to make a turning point, this is like the perfect time. Hopefully, some of these deadweight players can kind of see, hey, we don't need you, and kind of just see themselves out slowly but surely. Hey, I'll even take a couple Irish goodbyes. I don't care at this point. I think we just need to sell, and hopefully, we could just get rid of half the squad. I know I'm being a little crazy, but yeah, we just need to sell. I know we're being linked to a lot of players. I know someone we didn't bring up, as Drew has graciously tweeted out a nice thread, which you all should check out. I retweeted it about Julian Brandt, who I'm a huge fan of, and I think he would be a great addition to our team, our club. But with that being said, sell.
Were you Mortimer? Are you Mortimer? Are you the?
That's what I feel like. But yeah, so happy New Year to everybody, and check out Arse Bros because we're awesome and we curse and we don't care about anything, and we say the craziest, dumbest stuff you will ever hear in your life. And I'm like the more like sensible, calmer one, so that should give you enough to know about what Arse Bros is about. And we have the Friday Arse show previewing our next game in January 2nd. I forget. Oh, West Brom. I'm going to be on the show with Mike. We're going to be previewing on Thursday, which is weird because it's the Friday Arse show, but it's going to be on Thursday. I think it's 9 p.m. UK time, so it's 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Definition time. I don't know why I said that.
Good deal.
Cool.
All right. So from all of us here at Same Old Arsenal USA, including the new faces that you see, I'm sure they'll second this. Drew, Jess, Mike from the Gooners Pod. Very happy New Year. Hope you guys all tune in to the after show, which is coming up right now. So that's it. We're good.
Oh, but we're still live. So
You're still online. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are good, but you're also still live.
You're also okay. Well, I'm gonna change my clothes because I've been top passing soaked in beer for the last
We're not live. We shouldn't be. We should not be live.
But you are.
No. If you go to Same Old's YouTube channel, we should not be live.
You're actually right.
Yeah, we're not.
You're right. You're right. It's still showing.
But if you go to mine, we are.
Oh, so you have.
So
you can actually. You can switch it without having to start and stop a new broadcast.
Yeah. So if you go up. So Mike, if you go when you're on, Mike, you guys use StreamYard, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you go up to the top where it says end broadcast or go live and all that stuff. If you go up there, because I broadcast to multiple locations, you could just click on each individual location, and when if you want to.
All right. So one of the locations you were broadcasting to originally was your channel.
Yeah, I broadcast and Same Old's channel, and. Right.
You're smarter than I thought you were.
Every now and then I come up with some doozy, man. What's that, Rowan?
This is some next level technology.
Hey, hang on. Speaking of being smarter than everybody thought, I want you to tell them about the my little saying there and what.
Yeah. But so there's this saying that Tanner keeps quoting, right? That hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So I had this exam of mine at law school and I wrote that as one of the. There was one question in which that fit, and I actually wrote that, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's see how this goes, and I got like a 3.8 on 4 GPA on that exam. So thank you, Tanner. Yeah,
I am the smartest man alive. That's not even remotely true.
Yeah, that works in law school. So yeah,
you're the smartest man in the upper left-hand corner of this podcast right now.
Yes. And on that note, I'm going to disappear for a few minutes because I have puppies that need to be taken care of, and
so we're going live on your channel.
You're live right now.
Like everybody else.
Right.
What's that, Stan?
I said, just wear a bra, mate, like everybody else.
Yeah, right. So you guys go do what you're gonna do, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves.
Mike, I gotta say, you can't do like trading places references because I'm the only one that's gonna get it.
I know. I forget sometimes that I'm 94 years old. I'm literally as old as Mortimer.
Really, right?
Conservative estimate.
I think Ryan got it though, which is weird because he must be like a film buff because he's only like 14 years. He's younger than Saka.
He's shorter too. He is an Islanders fan, so he deserves everything he gets.
The hair that's surrounding his entire skull right now is the first hair he's grown. Like he's just let it go at this point, and that's what he has. But yeah, Trading Places, one of the best movies, and it has has nothing to do with Jamie Lee Curtis. I actually find her to not be fantastic.
Jessica, I think
welcome to someone else's podcast.
So you didn't watch that scene in True Lies in slow motion like everybody else?
Yeah.
And Jamie Lee Curtis was doing a little dance.
So, Ron, I was hard on you on the chat tonight. I apologize for that. It was all banter. I love you, mate.
Oh yeah, of course, and yeah, no, I liked it. That the references, the old guy references, and yeah, sure, that not that old. I think I'm old, but not that old.
So the man that you like is like upper 20s at this point. That's the age that you are a fan of men of.
Man in his prime. Yeah.
Well, that is infinitely less diabolical than being into 15-year-old guys or being a fan of a Swiss football team from Bern,
exactly.
who shall not be mentioned. But
yeah, that's your go-to, Mike. You gotta we gotta get you new material.
I know. I'm still working on 2018's material, but it's so fun. I've got all these new channels to spread my same shit on. So. Yes, Sam. Trading Places is the Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd movie, and it's the best.
Yeah, it's excellent. I'm gonna.
So once you're done with all your references, you just move on to the next channel and never speak to the previous ones again.
Exactly. I'll be going to. Well, no, let's not name anyone.
So bad.
But yeah, the question that has been
Drew normally looks really relaxed, but like when I'm on with I love reading into you at this point because we know each other. Drew and I know each other really well.
I'm waiting for peak Mike to hit, and it's only a matter of time. So I'm just preparing myself.
I haven't already. I mean, I think I've run out of. I think I've come out of the gates already because I woke up from a nice post game nap. Sometimes I have happy naps after we lose or we win, and I have sad naps after we lose. Today was a happy nap. I woke up and I'm like, all I got tonight is same old Arsenal AFC. And so the drinks were flowing and the pod was good and so yeah, I think we've reached peak Baconator Mike at this point already. But
oh my goodness, I've seen peak Baconator Mike, and I don't know if I want to see peak Baconator Mike ever again. So. I'm not sure how to go about that. Who's the person in the chat tonight that? Okay, so I'm gonna have to talk with Tanner. I kind of feel like I'm gonna have to help him educate his listener base. Oh. I don't like when disinformation is put into the chat and it's spoken as gospel. That drives me insane. So someone was in the chat talking about how.
You've been triggered lately a lot, man.
I have been. Do you know why? Because I kind of just feel like my biggest hope is that because I really want the fan base to be like a better version of itself. I really want people to. Yeah,
but the fan base is a mythical creature that doesn't actually exist.
I mean,
the fan base is 8 different things.
Not everybody is you, Drew.
No, I don't want them to be me, but I want them to be better versions of themselves. And
they don't want to be better versions of themselves.
I want to think Balogun is the incoming Ballon d'Or winner, and I don't want anyone to try to change my mind on that. I want to think that Brant is going to suck. So tell me why I'm wrong. No, I do recognize that you actually know what you're talking about, and I don't, and I think I'm pretty clear about that. But and I value it. I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said I was shooting your tweet into my arm the other day, not as drugs, but as vaccine, because it's the vaccine for all the dumb opinions about people who don't know enough, and you do know enough. So without further ado, because I've delayed you for 2 minutes already.
What a good pun. No, it's just I don't know. It's a frustrating thing for me. It's weird because this is there's a lot of Americans that listen to this podcast or your podcast, a lot of other podcasts. I kind of feel like for me, it's a big deal as an American to hope that other Americans educate themselves about a sport that some of them might not really have been into recently. Some of them might be into but have a biased perspective because they grew up in an age where all they knew was MLS, for an example. The best thing that to them was Landon Donovan or Freddie Adu or whatever it is. So I feel really strongly about trying to make sure that people If they don't know what they're talking about, that's okay. But then go and like teach yourself. You know, it's no different than like if I tried to take a carpenter's class right now. If I wanted to go whittle something out of wood, I couldn't do it. Like I could pretend that I did, but if I want to whittle better wood, I would go take a class to become a better wood whittler.
I can actually tell you all that Drew sucks at whittling. He's the worst. He's going to get relegated from whittling.
It's funny because I completely agree with you, Drew. But then in the same respect, I'm going to say it's not just Americans that are idiots.
No, it's true.
It's the entire fan base as a whole. Like you had people like when Xhaka got sent off and was just like, oh, the passion that he has for this club, like extend him now. Like it's just and people to this day still think like, oh, give Ozil the armband, he's gonna turn this club around. And it's like, what? Like I don't like but I do agree with your sentiment that like I think American, I don't want to say it's weird because I am an American, but I don't want to say we're like the biggest problem, but I do think that Americans in large
I don't like
a lot to learn about the sport. I think. But
you add so much to the scene. Let's not subtract by I mean I take everything you say, Drew, as being valid and with incredible experience and research. So if people don't want to listen to that and they want to get all hysterical, I mean, and look, who am I to give advice? I'm not to relate to people on Twitter.
I'm giving life advice, ladies and gentlemen.
But like look, I'm better at giving advice than I am at following it. But like you are additive, so I love you for that, and that's all I need to say. Jessica, what do you think about Brant? Like where do you fall on that?
I mean, I think he's a great player. I think.
Hey, Jess, do me a favor. Hold that thought. Anybody else drinking?
I'm drinking tea. So
I didn't stop.
Let's go.
I have a whole box of wine. I have a whole box of red wine.
Shout out to Box of Wine, everybody.
To the maiden voyage of this after party thing that I'm trying to pull off. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Cheers. Ooh, that was a big shot. So sorry, Jess. Yeah, sorry, Jess. Go ahead.
No, Brant is a good player. I think Drew had already said that in like his in his thread that he's had kind of like an off season. So I think when you look at kind of where he is at the moment, he may not seem like the best possible choice, but to be honest, like none of the people that we're looking at the moment are the perfect fit. But in terms of like his technical quality and what he can bring to the team, I think he would suit us perfectly. That's not to say he's not without flaws, and I wouldn't expect Grealish, Bruno type, effects from him. He's not that type of player, but the technical quality that he has is definitely like top level, and at this point, because I think me and Drew had talked about this, like just because his name is not a wall, at this point, people are very like kind of like against him.
There's an obsession and an energy that starts to go when these players start going through the ITK channels and all of that, and it's absurd. I think that if anything is probably what Drew's talking about, because people get so obsessed with the culture, not culture, but like the what's the word, the the brand of a person that all of a sudden said this is the best thing that could ever happen to Arsenal, and you immediately forget about players that are probably available for half as much that could have as good or better of an impact on the squad. So
I mean, anybody that you bring in January is probably going to be a flawed type of situation. It's January, so nothing is
very
perfect.
Few exceptions to that, but
very, very few exceptions. Like even when Manchester United brought in Bruno, they were supposed to bring him in the summer prior, so it's not like he was a January signing. So when you're telling me it's Isco, Eriksson, Brandt, who am I?
The only exception to that was Santos. Santos was a brilliant January signing.
Yeah.
I think you can make an exception for him, but
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I like him. I think he's a great player, and I would take him. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I would take him. You know.
I just want him because he's German. That's
why? Why? Because he's German. What does German have to do with something?
I'm German. So
is there any nationality to where we have never gone wrong with a player before?
We've gone that's wrong the thing too. All the Germans. Look, who are the Germans that are in our squad right now?
Ozil Mustafi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I need some help here. I'm dying here.
And yeah, we've
Brazilian.
We've done okay. Maybe you could say that we've done all right with Dutch because there's a small sample size, but French you could name a few. Italian we don't have tons of experience with, but I don't know that the ones that we do have been that particularly good. So I mean, English, man, English is the only one that we, except for our English core. But can I just say, because I just say things, you guys are killing it. And I wish Stan hadn't left. I mean, he's the one that's on the earliest time zone of all of us, unless Jessica's somehow on the west coast of the USA. He's probably having dinner at this point. But like
Jessica's on the west coast as well, and so am I this week.
You said you're in Seattle, right?
I'm in Seattle with family, and on that note, I have to have dinner with family. So I'm gonna catch you guys next week when I'll be back in New York. Yeah, but I'm gonna
perfect segue. Perfect segue. Perfect segue.
Just don't forget, I was about to give you a compliment. So if you want to,
please. I'm gonna stay for that.
You guys are, I mean, look. When you started, you had obviously a good push from from your cousins, but. Maybe it's because of the time that you guys are on. I mean, look, we try to broadcast to London, so we're on in the afternoon. Not a lot of podcasts that go on at the night, nighttime in the USA about Arsenal. And you guys have excelled at carrying over listeners, and the chemistry between the four of you has really, really grown. And I'm not just about chemistry when it comes to Arsenal. I'm about chemistry when it comes to pods, and you guys are like one of my favorite podcasts at this point, and one of the few that I take the time to actually not that my time is valuable or special or anything like that, but like I like to watch you guys because, I mean, for the first time that Rohan said something about like I don't care what you guys think, I care what Colorado Gooner thinks, because he had just given you guys giving you guys like $40 of which you get to keep like 13 of. But like from that point on,
wait, we aren't keeping shit.
Well, I know you are. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Wait. Which, by the way, anybody in the chat box you want to send us? Well, you probably can't send a super chat because I'm not that fucking popular.
The last thing we wanted, and it wasn't like there were tons coming, but the last thing we wanted on our podcast when we were doing the charity fundraiser was super chats because YouTube keeps like 80%.
Right, yeah.
But I was like, if you want to, look, we're honored, we're humbled, but like send it direct to the charity. But like, no, I really do want to say that you guys are putting out content that is unique, and it's not too analytical, because too analytical, as Drew can tell you about me, bores the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I think there are 179.
Sure that we never go into that space.
There are 179 Arsenal podcasts times 10 to the fifth power that talk about Arsenal at this point. You have to be different, and you have to have chemistry, and you guys have pulled that off. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, thank you. By the way,
I'm gonna cut now. Yeah, take care, guys.
Yeah, because everything's set up from here, Rohan. So go now.
No, I mean, there's a reason that I went directly to Ryan, Rohan, and Stan right off the bat when Craig approached me about doing this, and I thought we worked real well together, and I keep hearing this, so it can't be. You're not wrong.
Well, it's important. Just like I say with Arsenal, it's better to have chemistry and desire than to actually be good. And so the four of you have this chemistry and desire, and you're not good. But you're climbing up the table. No, I'm just kidding. You're climbing up the table.
We're going to stack some dubs here. We're going to stack some dubs.
I enjoy it. Stack those dubs, and I'll keep coming to the chat room. Which again, I don't love being in the. I normally come and go in 5 minutes and being in the chat because I've got too many distractions. But the timing and the quality is keeping me there. So keep it up. Keep it up.
I'm surprised because some of the people in our chat room can be interesting to say the least.
Oh yeah.
Just careful because you never know who's in the chat right now.
I mean, it's the after party. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
You know what? That was kind of the thing too. I'm like, it was
the curtain back.
It was last week, and Ryan and I were talking. We just like, so what, Ryan? What I was like, hey, I'll be right back. Don't anybody leave, because I was like, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Mike, you fucking heathen, you. How are your 8 crazy nights, by the way?
Just ignore the hell. 6 of my 8 crazy nights were spent in the basement isolating because I had
right.
COVID.
Yeah, that's right. But no, Ryan and so Stan and Ro, they all thought it'd be funny to bail, and I was like, "Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back." So they all left. Ryan's the only one that came back, and we just got to talk. I'm like, you know what? I ought to just broadcast this. So then I started messing with the buttons at the top of the screen, and I was like, I wonder if I can stop the broadcast on one channel and keep it going on another. And it worked. And here we are. So
and to be fair too, like I won't be like it's all roses and dansies. Like I did say to him, like the one show we did that was almost 5 hours. I had so many people come to me and was like, what the fuck? Why the fuck are you doing a 5-hour show? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like it was my idea. Like I'm like, oh yeah, because I totally told everyone you fucking stay on. I brought Jess on. I brought Drew on. Yeah, like I had her at gunpoint, you know. And I was like, yeah, we need to like. I think I did say this to you. I was like, we need to like somehow like cut it up to where we can like kind of have you can have the best of both worlds. Like if you want to dip out in an hour, then cool, like do that. But like
I want this to be.
I love doing this. Like this to me is fun.
Yeah, I want the laid back version
because I can't be PG all the time. Let's be real. I can't even do it. I can't even do it on the show. Let alone,
I want the.
Like, is that like a rule? Like are you? Do you have to like chill it out a little bit because of Craig and?
Well, I do.
It wouldn't surprise me. That makes sense.
Want the main show to be a little bit more professional, you know. And coming over here to this, it's like, okay, I on my channel will give you professionalism, but some of it
have Ryan on though.
I know, right? That's what I said. When he came to me, I was like, what's wrong with you?
Mike, he's the only one that would come on for free.
Yeah. I'm a cheap date. I'm not gonna lie.
Drew and Jess, your checks are in the mail. And if you believe that,
there's never asked for a penny
too.
Yeah, I don't ask for anything. I'm good.
I'm very, very happy to have Drew and Jess involved with this. And Jess, you know what? You put something up in the chat. I'm going to let you start it, but I want you to plug what's coming up in the new year.
I was just going to say I'm excited for the
seriously, I cannot. I am absolutely over the moon about having you on board on my channel doing your thing. It's going to be tremendous. I can't wait. The floor is yours. And here's to you.
Thanks. So we've talked about this on like a couple weeks ago, but basically I'm going to be doing a video podcast on Tanner's channel called She Knows Arsenal. And it's basically just going to be a female-led discussion about Arsenal. So I'm going to be bringing on female guests, and obviously like Tanner will be on and other people will be on, but it's just going to be a really free-flowing discussion about different topics coming up about the club that we all love. So yeah. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, you can. The handle is up on the screen at Jessica_Black19. And then you can actually follow the show's Twitter page as well, which is at She Knows Arsenal. So
I was hoping that you had that Twitter, and I was like, please, before you're announcing it, I hope you have the Twitter the handle already.
Yeah. So that's basically the show. And what I wanted to talk to you guys about was the Pepe situation. So I wanted to kind of bring that out because seeing that Saka has been playing so well on the right-hand side and Arteta's been reluctant to bring Pepe back in, I'm thinking that that's pretty much putting us in a situation where Pepe is out of favor. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. And like, what do you guys think? Like, do you guys think he can come back in? I personally think we'll try to sell him in the summer. And I think that that's the best possible thing. If we can con somebody into giving us 40 million for him and we can walk away and call it a day. But I mean, I'd be very shocked if we could get more than 30 for him.
Don't we have like a refund policy with Lille at this point? We've bought enough of their players that we're able to return one.
Like Blockbuster Video. Just, I rented it. It was great. Have fun. Yeah.
Not for everything that we paid for him, but like for a portion. Like, do we have a warranty?
I mean, we should have. Like, I really do feel like we need to go to the bank and, and
pay them 78. Pay them 78 instead of 72 for the like extended warranty plan that gives us a partial return of we've done so much business with Leo. We should be able to do that. I think no one else is going to pay us that.
I'm actually I want to hear what Drew has to say, because I wonder if he thinks the same thing I do. Because I have not seen, and I mean this, I cannot remember a Twitter take I've seen from Drew that I was like, nah, you know what? I don't buy that. I don't agree with it. So I'm curious as to what you think on Pepe's future here.
I mean, I don't know. It's I genuinely don't think that. I mean, for starters, there's a reason why Emery wanted Zaha and not Pepe. That's the first thing. And while I think Zaha might be overstated in terms of how good he actually is, the fact is that him and Pepe, I feel like are two very different players. Even if they're both good on the ball, I still think they're not the same in terms of where they actually excel. So for me, I feel like if I look at Pepe, I don't see a player who fits what we presume Arteta wants to do on the pitch with his ethos, in terms of his approach. The fact that he's not a very good presser. He doesn't read the channels very well, because he usually kind of just comes short to get the ball, so he can be the one to drive play. And that's why he suited Lille so well when he played there, because he was one of the main outlets that they would source the ball to him and he would go make things happen. That's not going to be how he's going to operate here. He didn't operate that way under Emery, didn't operate that way under Arteta thus far. I just kind of feel like it wouldn't surprise me if the club moved away from him. Again, not because he's not a good player. It's when you're trying to do something like Arteta is doing, you really need players that fit what he wants to do. And if you can't mold those players into what you want, you have to let them go. That's it from me. And the same can be said about young players as well. There's young players we have at the club right now who might not necessarily fit what Arteta wants. So you have to cut the umbilical cord and get rid, and you cash in and use that money to reinvest in players. You know that they might not be 100% suited to what Arteta wants to do, but they might be 75%, 80% instead of 0%. And that's a big deal. And that's why you see managers like Pep go after certain players, because he knows that even if there's a little bit of work to do, it's only a little bit and not all the work to do. That makes a huge difference, because when you're trying to instill certain principles, you don't want to spend so much time trying to make sure one or two players finally get it by a certain time frame. That you want them to come in and they can get it by the time the season starts, not by the time you hit November, December, January, or next season. So I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think if he doesn't turn up for the rest of the season, it wouldn't shock me if we would shop him in the summer, really. And again, I feel like if we're already looking at considerations that you have someone like Saka who is playing more effectively in that same role, which isn't even his primary role normally at youth level. He's already performing better than Pepe is, and he's not even playing in where you usually saw him play. I think that's pretty telling. And I think the club could move on. There's nothing wrong with saying we did a deal, it didn't work out well.
That's the thing.
You have to do it quickly. We have to make the decision quicker.
He's on 140 grand a week. He's not on 240 grand a week. He's on 140 grand a week, which is that'll always stand out to me as being what we gave Theo Walcott. But that aside, he's on 140 grand a week, and he isn't an Arteta buy. He isn't even an Edu buy. He came in right before that, and I've been like saying he's a confidence player. He needs opportunities. And then all of a sudden there are people on this club that are just surpassing him and making him unplayable. And I don't mean unplayable in the good way. I mean like you cannot warrant putting him in front of Saka, Martinelli, and it's iffy right now about whether I'd put Reece Nelson in that category. The only person you can warrant putting him in front of is Willian. Who probably makes the most money out of all of these guys. But like you I think at the summertime, if injuries, I mean, you never know. Sometimes you get these weird injury situations and then he comes in and it just clicks. But that's like waiting for a lottery ticket to come good.
Exactly.
This summer's the opportunity, Jessica, to get, if we don't ruin him like we ruin everyone else by freezing him out and making him seem like a chump, if we give him opportunities and it just doesn't work out, sell him this summer, take the loss. He's on good wages, so he's sellable. He's not an albatross, and move on.
We can't let it fester. We can't let him sit for an additional year. Like I would even consider just loaning him out to a team that he would fit into, and
that would
then
ruin his value, though. I think to me, it'd be like if they're loaning him out at this point in his career. Then
but Arteta's not going to.
Million for him.
There are other players that are his age that are loaned out just to, I'm just saying like.
But of his
somebody
pedigree.
I'm just saying. I mean, do you guys really think Arteta is going to play him?
If we were loaning him out, Jessica, to in my opinion, to potentially be able to have him with us in the long term, then sure. I mean, Wilshere was loaned out and he was 25, 26. If we're loaning him out to maintain his value to sell him, I think that kills his value.
I don't know, because I don't see Arteta making a way for him to play. I just don't see it because he seems very apprehensive to play him now. And as we go further and further along, and more people, if you're behind Willian and Saka, you're not playing.
My hope is that he's not behind Willian for long or anymore.
Well, let's say that we don't make it through the Europa League. Let's just say we get knocked out quick, right? When is Pepe playing? Like, when is he realistically playing with Willian there? Willian will play before Pepe. That, to me, that's clear. Like, Willian is preferred over Pepe.
If that's the case, then you're right. I hope.
Arteta is not interested in Pepe. Like, you can just tell, like, the way that he treats him, it's not there. So what I'm saying is that, like, if he's not going to play at all from now until the end of the season, if for some reason we don't go far into the Europa League, how are we going to maintain his value if nobody's seeing him? And how is Arteta going to fit him into a system where he doesn't look bad anyway? He looks bad out there. He looks like a child. Like, I can't describe how. I think somebody said he was underdeveloped, and to me that was like the best way to describe it. Like, I know he's a moments player, but those moments are so few and far between, and the thing that he does on a regular basis is so Bambi. Like, that's the only way I can think of it. Just legs shaking, just about to collapse. Like, where's my mom? Like, it's really bad. Yeah.
That Bambi thing is exactly what I saw 4 or 5 years ago when I watched Gideon Zelland play for the U21s. When Iwobi was bossing that team, but no one really knew who he was yet. I saw a guy who was supposed to be our, like, the big American dream future.
Did you just say the American dream, Dusty Rhodes?
Yeah, I mean, listen to me.
I sound like him.
Gideon Zelland was supposed to be the next.
Isn't he in MLS?
And
the warm embrace of kissing.
He's barely holding on in the MLS, but I saw him play for Arsenal's U21s at the time, and he looked like Bambi, and that's why. I mean, I'm sorry for interrupting, but when you say Bambi, that's
a great way to put it. And you know what?
There are a few Bambis on our team. I'm not convinced that Joe Willock isn't a Bambi. We have 5 or 6 players under 20 or 20 and under right now. A couple of them are Bambis, and a couple of them are men.
I don't know.
Man,
you know what? I just think Joe Willock is,
and Pepe, I think, is a Bambi. I think you're right.
I just don't think Joe Willock's good enough. I don't think he's a Bambi, because when he's out there, he doesn't look scared. He just doesn't look like he's good enough. See, he looked like everybody's like, oh my God, Joe Willock. Why is it Joe Willock playing? Look at what he just did against Sisters of the Poor FC. And it's like, it was
this is going to sound
such a
weird.
Catholic guy's thing to say right there.
You know, I mean,
It doesn't make any sense, but Joe Willock is to me the equivalent of probably El Nene. Like, he's not good enough. He like shows effort and he like puts in like his 100%, like we talked about. Like El Nene will always, you know,
Joe Willock's got 70%.
But he just, I just
but he'll
don't
give you 100% of it.
Yeah, and then this thing, like when he came on for ESR in the Chelsea game, I don't want to say he was Bambi, but
the levels dropped.
He just
levels dropped. When him and Pepe came on, the level.
Willock was like, I think I go here, I think I go there, I think I do this, I do this, I do that, and then he did that.
He is very confident.
He didn't pass to.
He's very confident against the lesser opponents,
which is what I said in the podcast.
Yeah, but you're right. When it comes to going up against the big boys, and I'm not even just saying the Chelseas of the world, the Liverpools of the world. I'm saying that even
Premier League.
I think
the Wolves of the world.
I think if he'd have come in today, it would have been like everything needs to slow down for a minute and let me get my bearings about me. The Bambi thing. Again back to Pepe. Let me go back to Pepe real quick.
I want to find out whether what Disney animal Drew thinks that Willock is most like. Because it has to be he's not good enough or he is good enough, because it's a bipolar situation where there can be no nuance to it. Drew, what is your thought on Willock? Is in or out? I hate that, by the way. I'm mocking that. But if we're looking,
I feel like I was made as like a genius. That's good. For me, I kind of feel like Willock won't really have a big future at the club. He might just be a squad player, depth option kind of thing. I don't think he's going to be as good as people first thought. I think you think so. I think similar thoughts personally about like Reece Nelson is another one. And that's a discussion that I was having earlier on Twitter. I always like to pick polarizing topics to sort of start debates on. So for me, I was kind of riffing on you already have people talking about how Bukayo Saka is the best young player in Europe.
I saw that.
You're building his statue outside Wembley, not even just the Emirates. They're building.
Like, yeah, I know Ryan saw it, and I know Ryan probably chuckled a little bit but I'm just like, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking of two things. One, I think it's a thought I had is as the club has started to decline a little bit. First it was we're not winning the league. Then it's we're holding by the skin of our teeth to remain top four. Then it was, well, maybe we'll get Europa League, and now it's holy shit, we need to just finish top half to save any sort of face, in the Premier League. As we've trended downward as a club over the last 5 or 6, 7 years, the fans have increasingly overstated our youth products more and more the opposite direction. It almost comes across to me like the fans want so badly for the club to still be relevant on some level that we're hoping that we produce some of the best young players in the world.
Because those same people want us to just buy, they want us to do the madness.
Right. Well, there's that. And yeah, so there's that. They're sitting here saying, I would drop all the cash on Hassan Milan, but the same people are praising ESR, but then they'd still go out and buy a while if they could. And so, well, then who are you going to pick? Oh, well, ESR, you're not going to have.
Everyone wants us to be Man City with 300 million pounds on the bench.
Yeah, which drives me kind of nuts. So I kind of feel like, and that was part of the discussion I was saying. But the other thing I think people have to understand about a lot of players, I think Willock is one of them, is that a lot of times our younger players have matured as footballers faster, so they get past the youth levels quicker, and they look obscenely good for the under-19s, under-23s. Like everyone used to talk about how Reece Nelson looked like he was such a man amongst boys when he was in the youth level. He went to Hoffenheim and he got found out pretty quick, and he hasn't recovered ever since. And now we're talking about, is he even good enough to be a squad player at Arsenal? And that was a 2-year switch between the praise and the questioning already. So a lot of the questions that I have similar questions about Willock, similar questions about Nketiah. We were talking about Saka today. It's like, well, Saka's actually a very intelligent player. No one really talks about that because he works so hard for the team. You know, he'll put his body on. He works hard. He's actually very, very cerebral as a player, but physically he's really underwhelming. He might put his body on the line, but he's not actually. He hasn't really developed on that sense. So we might be looking at a player who has to rely on his intelligence as a footballer instead of his physical trait.
Mentality. He feels he belongs though. Whereas a Bambi does not feel that they belong.
I agree. I think he feels like he belongs. But my point is,
I love that.
I feel like he does belong, and I feel like he feels like he belongs. But my overall point is, sometimes confidence will only get you so far. So the point is, eventually, Saka. We're looking at two routes for someone like Saka, or even like we've seen with the Willocks of the world. It's either they hit the first team and they keep progressing, or their development has tapered out because maybe they developed very, very quickly, but then they hit a wall in their development. And Mike, we've seen this in other sports. We've seen in hockey all the time. You have a 17, 18-year-old kid, looks amazing in youth hockey. He gets drafted into the NHL, and then he'll have a good first year or two, and then it's,
he gets hit once or twice by some men.
And then that's it. And then he goes from all of a sudden you're talking like, remember Hugh Jessamine, how the Rangers did lovely things to draft Hugh Jessamine because he was great.
Wow. Yeah, Tanner could be part of this conversation.
Right?
Tanner's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
I instantly went from 6 to 12.
Right, so when the Rangers drafted Hugh Jessamine,
I'm sorry, that was inappropriate.
Jesus. So
he went from 6 to 12 years old, and
pretty much the same.
At both ages, it's really still weird to have a boner at those ages. So anyway, that is pretty inappropriate.
Jess is like, oh my god, what's happening right now?
Hugh Jessamine.
Yeah, so and he looked so good in youth hockey, and now he got drafted and he played 3 NHL games, and that was it. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you do have to consider that younger players will hit a very high level very, very quickly, and then
you never know how.
And then it's slow down. Right. So I'm not saying we know.
Just plateau.
Right, and we don't know what's going to happen. But I'm saying,
that's why so much of this is about mentality, and that's why so much attention has to be given to the fact, and we have heard this from multiple sources, that zero effort was put into learning what Pepe was about mentally.
Correct.
Zero effort was put into personality. I'm not a big fan of the what is it, the IBDM? What is that test of the personality?
Well, is this like the Wonderlic test that they give NFL?
Wonderlic. No, it's not the Wonderlic thing. That's the thing with the ink blots. But the Wonderlic thing that they give to NFL, maybe
the NFL, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, maybe. But there are personality tests for sales. There's personality tests for athletes, and I don't put a lot of stock in those. But they didn't bother. They got together at a barbecue and said, "This guy's killing it for Lille." And
I know.
Really good things about him, and we'll buy him, and we'll keep the fan base happy because We Cared to You is popular right now.
I think
Mike and Andy just embarrassed Josh Kroenke in a press conference in Denver, and we'll buy Pepe.
I think Rouse and Leahy sat in his home office, and they were like, "Hey, if you buy him for 72, we'll give you 20 of it."
Oh, that absolutely happened. Jerby told me that happened.
That little rodent. I wonder whose rear end he disappeared up.
I hope he comes back soon.
Let me rephrase. Up whose rear end did he disappear?
I don't know, but I've been very constipated over the last few months. That's all I'm going to say.
I want to bring up one fast thing, and I mentioned this in that same Twitter stuff.
You know that I was a gerbil, right? I mean, you do know that, right?
Wait, I guess he doesn't know. That Mike was the gerbil. Did you know this?
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
I got scared for a second. I'm like,
wait. So Jess, you weren't around for this. So real quick, and I don't know if you were on Twitter at this point or not. I mean, there was no interaction. So Mike created a completely fake Twitter account, but it was what was it, like the football gerbil or something?
Well, it was created 3 years ago to make fun of the football, to make fun of the mole.
That was you?
Who, the mole or the gerbil?
No,
The gerbil?
Do you remember the gerbil?
Yes.
Yeah, that was, yeah,
You're the gerbil?
Yeah, that was
By the way, all right.
You're
All
the
right.
gerbil. That's funny.
We gotta wrap this up
Someone
because I'm
remembers the
sorry,
gerbil
but
but doesn't know who the hell I
the
am.
gerbil conversation, like it, oh my lord, take
was
take the
so
gerbil out
good.
instead.
It was so
I
good.
love
We used to talk so much in the WhatsApp groups about the things that people would believe. Mike's like, wait a minute, hold on, I have to make a gerbil post, and we'd all just wait 5 minutes.
The gerbil has a happy ending, and I don't mean that in the Ryan way.
Oh, you kind of do.
No, I don't. I don't, because the gerbil account, and this was all Andy's idea, my podcast partner, and I miss him because he's like spending time with his family lately, but like, well, he actually is though. Like when I say that, I'm probably just watching your podcast, but his idea was as soon as things got really dicey with the Gerby account, because I couldn't keep it up forever. He's like, just
Someone quick take a screenshot.
I know my internet just flipped out, but like he's like, delete all the tweets, change it over to Gooners versus Cancer, and just it'll take a month for all the douchebags to filter out who are going to call you names and stuff. But like, and how many people donated money to the charity as a result of being connected to that account. But the 2 months of the 2 weeks or 3 weeks of being Derby was I mean I'd love to write a book, except no one would read it. It's so being a fake ITK is some fun shit, I will tell you.
Case in point.
Sounds like fun.
I wanted to say one thing before, and I kind of want to put this to the group here, and then also to the chat as well, since people are listening. Okay. I think we need to kind of like remove the goalpost back to how we rate academy products, because we have a few more academy products coming through as well. You know, you have Aziz, you have Catalan Serian, you have those kind of players. So I'm curious to see how they get on, but people have to remember, like, if you're talking about young players who you look at and you think can go on to be brilliant footballers, think about Jack Wilshere for a moment and realize that in a team of very, very good players and an Arsenal team that still was a top 4 side at minimum, he was the young player of the year in the Premier League team of the season and Arsenal's player of the season in his first full season for the club. That's kind of the level where you need to actually think about when you look at a young player and say they're already elite or they're going to be elite within 2 years' time. And if you look at any of the young products we have now, you can't say that about any of them. And if you look at players around Europe who are in that same age bracket, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, you're talking about Kylian Mbappe is 21. Erling Haaland is 20. Jadon Sancho is 20. Those are players that you look at and you say they're elite players. None of our senior players are at that level, maybe one of them, let alone our young players, right? So one of the things that grinds my gears is I think the fans really needed to think about the actual landscape they're talking about. So, especially because I like overrating players is one of the biggest things, one of my biggest gripes in sports. It's not just about Arsenal, or whatever. It's sports in general. Like, young players can look very good.
You're a welcome and important buzzkill at times, my friend.
I mean, I always think rationally. Like, you can have a player who's 18 who is an excellent.
If you know me, that's not an insult.
No. I know it's not, but I'm just saying, like, you have to scale it. If you're ahead of your level when you're 18 and you're playing against other 18-year-olds, you're going to look so much better than if you play against adults at that point, and then things scale. So, and then if you stay at that level when you play against adults, then it's a different conversation. So I kind of feel like, that to me is like my overarching goal as we move forward into this season, because I know everyone's talking about how Emile Smith-Rowe looks so good recently, and I agree with you, and I want him to play more. But we can't pin our season's hopes on Emile Smith-Rowe, Gabriel Martinelli, and Bukayo Saka. That's the flip side of that discussion. So I find it so easy.
you are a breath of fresh air in the realism and the tempered, the tempered opinions and the factual based things. You and I counteract each other because I just want to I want to get excited about these mofos. I just, and as a defense mechanism to actually being disappointed, I put these guys on a pedestal that jokingly that is beyond anything that's realistic, because I'm look, if they portray 10%, I mean, I'm constantly calling people Ballon d'Or and talking about trophies and not trophies, trebles and trophies and statues, because I'm if they just do 5% of that, then I'll really be just happy.
One is it really that bad if they're not in the top 20 of the players in their age group? I'd rather have more like 3 or 4 players that are maybe in the top 50 of their age group than one that's the best. You know what I mean? Because we're not going to even
play together. Yes, play together.
That is team building 101.
Correct.
Squad building 101. That's what it is. And the thing for me, and I'm going to use Emile Smith-Rowe and kind of what we were talking about at the end of the main show was what's happening right now?
I think he's pouring out a lot of Coke. I don't know what's happening. Oh, more box wine.
Oh,
Going with
is the camera going to keep going? And is there anything there to stop it? And is he wearing pants?
I want to know.
Inquiring minds want to.
Yeah.
The point where I was going with Emile Smith-Rowe, and I come back to a question of, do we want to invest in a player or in a position? And I'm not sure if anybody understands what I mean by that, but I use the example, and it's not a great example.
I think that's actually really well put, and I can't wait to hear how you explain it.
Well, so if you have 70 million pounds to spend, do you spend it on one player and say 70 million pounds on this player and ready, go, you're the end all be all? Or do you say, I'm going to take this 70 million pounds and I'm going to spend it on 2 or 3 players. I'm going to hope that one of them develops, and I'm going to try to sell the other eventually for slightly more than I paid for him, but I'm investing in the position. So with Emile Smith-Rowe, the investment is the time you've spent developing him right now. But do you go out and do you find the player for 40, 50, 60, put the dollar figure on him and say, I'm going to spend X amount of dollars on this player, but you're the guy. So it's Pepe, to bring it back full circle to where we started. It's Nicolas Pepe at 72 million pounds. And you need to be the guy, because I just forked out 72 million pounds on you. I can't invest in that position now.
Can I tell you who the 20 people that are more expensive transfers than Pepe have been in the history of football? Well, talk about guys who are. I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't. But you talk about buying a guy who's ready to play at 72. You should buy a guy who's ready to play at 72. Well, there have been some misses, and quite a few of them. But
a miss here and there is okay. Look, it's the law of averages to me. I just don't think you're going to hit on every. I don't think you're going to hit on every transfer 40 million and above.
He's the 20.
If you started 40 million
in world football of all time,
and if you go through the history of transfers and you start at 40 million and look at anybody above that, I'm not going to put a number on it percentage wise of the hits and the misses, but there are some misses in there, and I would say that there's probably some pretty bad misses in there. In that price range. So it's not a guarantee, but when you're a club that's trying to run a self-sustainable business model, like Arsenal are, and you fork out 72 million pounds on one player, that dude needs to be the guy. At that position, he needs to be the guy. And he's not. There are multiple players ahead of him. So it goes back to, how do you want to build your roster? And I think most of it needs to be position building. 3 or 4 need to be the investment in the player. Aubameyang, when he was brought in, was the investment in the player. Not
it was the wrong investment, but we won't get started.
What's that, Drew?
It was the wrong investment at the time.
I think Thomas Partey might be a better example of that. I think Thomas Partey is the better example.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I brought her in. This is why I want her to be a part of my team, because that's spot on. Thomas Partey is exactly the example. Jesco.
I mean, sometimes you have to just buy the player. Like, there is no, I remember we were being linked with some guy from Roma, linked with Sumare, linked with all these different people. But Thomas has a specific skill set that's kind of like that nobody else has. So sometimes you just have to invest in that player. Sometimes, most of the time, they're in prime age. So it's a risk, but it's like almost like a no-fail situation, as long as we don't continuously like play him into the ground or, do what we did before, like rush him back from an injury. He's going to be good for us. Like, I don't see that being, he's either going to be good or he's going to be great. He's not going to fail at Arsenal. And then there's other times where you can use academy players, you can buy players on the cheap, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But in your squad, it's true. Like, your main center back, your goalkeeper, your main center midfielder, and your striker are probably going to be people that you invest in. And then the players around them are going to be a mix of academy players and people that, maybe we spent 25 million on or less, and they either worked or they didn't. And that's perfectly fine.
What started me down the road of this mentality, this question, was all of the youth that we bought in the summer. I couldn't give you one name off the top of my head right now, but it's guys that
Lucas Perez.
No. Just
I just did a rant. I was kidding.
But but here's the other thing too. So it's not just, yes, on the field results that's the ultimate goal, but we're a business. We're a business, and so we also need to be thinking about the future and certain players that you bring in to say, I'm going to develop this player simply to turn around and sell him. I'm going to go out and buy this player for £3 million, bring him in. I want to develop him to turn around and sell him for 10. And
I don't think you do that.
So let me bring it back to Pepe. Part of the reason I don't think we do that is because we look at players that we missed on and say, I paid £72 million for him. I'm not going to take less than half of that just to get him out of here. That's a problem. You have to acknowledge the miss and just undo your batting gloves, walk back to the dugout, toss your bat in the rack, and say, all right, I'll get him next time. Acknowledge the strikeout. And that's what I think.
You have to keep his value more than zero, though. And we have a history.
Right. You don't want to get undercut on a history.
Well, but how often do we do that?
But if somebody comes in and says, I'll give you £30 million for Pepe, now you want to try to negotiate it up.
I'm taking that.
30 million if I drop that price, because I think when we bought him, he wasn't worth 40 million. I don't think he was worth 40 million when we bought him. I think we paid at least twice what he's worth. And he's done himself no favors in terms of value on the market. So if somebody comes in with an offer of 30 to 35 million pounds, do you take it?
I wish I didn't have to use this that often, but I am I'm in the financial arena in my personal life, and the sunk cost fallacy is a very, very tough pill to swallow. But as an owner and as an investor in a football team, if you're not me, but Josh and Stan, it isn't easy to get past, but sunk costs are sunk costs, and there's a lot of sunk costs in this club right now, and you have to be able to identify those as such and start trying to repair it and recoup what you can. And we all know, those of us who pay attention to the annual reports and the actual finances of football, rather than just the transfer kitty concept, we all know that wages and transfer fees are all amortized and spread out and in the same bucket. We got to get that number down, and no matter how many losses we take, especially with the virus inside the club that's inside the club right now, which I think is another story. We got to just take those losses and try to rebuild from it. And if it keeps us out of Europe for another 2 years, which I hope is the worst case scenario, I don't even think it's necessary, but if it's the worst case scenario that we get this club into a lean, mean Leicester machine or whatever you want to call it, I mean, that should be the model. And we have better players to do that with, and we have more resources to do that with. So it shouldn't even get to that point. But, you know, just stop worrying about sunk costs so much. Make sure they're sunk. And for Pepe, 6 months ago, I wasn't sure he sunk. Now I think people have pushed him to the outside, and I think he might be sunk. And now we either face the dilemma of keeping him in this bizarro world for another year and a half and getting virtually nothing for him, or possibly getting 30 or 32 for him. And that's why I agree with Jessica, and I agree with probably all of you guys that at this point.
I think there's another. I'll put one more spin on this, and Drew, I know you want to get in here. Just one more spin. I mean, for me, if I were signing off on the finances of the club in terms of sales and purchases, and I would look at it and I would say, okay, well, if somebody's offering £33.5 million for Nicolas Pepe, is there a player out there that I could buy for £33.5 million right now that could come into this starting lineup and make this club better, despite the loss that I'm taking on my previous purchase, which is Nicolas Pepe, and I'm signing off on that deal.
Can you sell Pepe for 28 and sign Buendia for 22 and not focus on what we spent on Pepe and just look at the team? I'm
not
saying they're the same player. I'm just saying.
No, that's how I would. But I think back to Drew. Please hold your thought, because I know you were about to say something. Please hold the thought for me.
I'm the interrupter.
I think one of the biggest pitfalls of this club over the last 15 years has been the unwillingness to sell a player for less than what we either A, paid for him, or what we B, believe his market value to be. We're not willing to budge from those numbers. And I think that's been we're valuing youth players.
Jenkinson.
There's one. We're valuing youth players, Carl Jenkinson, at twice what their actual market value. And the fact is, value is what someone's willing to pay for you, exactly. Or pay for it. That's the value. So somebody comes in and says, if one club comes in and says, I'll give you $28 million for Nicolas Pepe, that's his value. That's it. That's his value. So you may have a different idea, but there's also something to take into consideration, and that's, what's the value of getting rid of him? So back to Jessica's question in terms of, and then Drew, please go with your thought. I'm going to answer Jessica's original question. What do we think is his future here? What do I think is his future here? I don't think he has a future here. I think he needs to be sold for whatever the highest bid is that comes in, whatever the highest price we can negotiate for him is. And we take that money, we reinvest it into another player or players who are going to benefit this club. Drew, it's all yours, man. Sorry.
No, I think it goes back to your question. What you said: how do you build a team? Do you invest in players? Do you invest in positions in squad building? And I always refer back to it. This is why, if you want to learn how to really operate in the transfer market as a football club, you have to look at clubs outside of the Premier League, where money is more of a
factor. Where
it's not an
Premier League clubs just print money. I mean,
correct, for the most part, exactly that. And I keep trying to tell people this is why a club like Bayern, that's a top 5 financial institution in the football global landscape, even they refuse to spend big sums of money on players, because they understand the risk factor that comes with, if we spend this amount of money on a player and they don't deliver, we just sunk money. That's why already the Bayern board are down Leroy Sané's neck, because he's not producing, and they stumped up a ton of money on him relative to the other players they brought in over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. He costs them, and they can afford it. But the point is that just because you can afford it, it doesn't mean you still want to spend that much money on a player, especially if they're not going to produce. Right. So when we look at Pepe, despite the fact that
Is Sané not working out? I mean,
no, he's not done well.
That's crazy, man. That guy's got so much talent; it's unbelievable.
He does, but he's bought into the hype already. His mind is now he's gone the route of other players we've seen.
What a shame! But recognize that about that dude now instead of keep hyping him up to be.
Here's the thing: so they'll try to rejuvenate him, and it's more about the culture and understanding that you have to buy into the who buying are and how buying.
He'll have a career renaissance in Istanbul.
I mean, he might. You never really know, but so for me, it's like buying Pepe wasn't the problem. It was spending twice his value that was the problem. And this goes back to what Arsenal is as a football club is how do you want to build a team. And that's why if you're going to try to run a sustainable model, don't make your head of football someone who was a businessman at Nike before he went to Barcelona. We had a historic problem with overspending on players and giving them wages 3 times the amount that they needed. You know what I mean? So as we filter things out and as the club try to rebrand itself into what we need to be doing, I think we need to look at deals and way different than we used to. Like things like Pepe deals should be like the very, very, very rare exception to the rule. And like you guys said, you only spend that kind of money on a player unless you know for a fact that they fit. And it's the second the coach didn't co-sign on signing him, you should have known this isn't the player we should buy. That's it. Period. End of it. And that's,
let me ask you something then. And this there's going to be a little bit of clout dropping on this, but I think it's important to talk about. We know from the excellent reporting from the Athletic that the decision to sign Pepe was signed off on by the Cronkies at a barbecue in LA in late summer 2019 when the club was over for the summer. Yeah. We know that. We also know because one of us was, happened to be we were in the room when Josh Kroenke gave that reaction interview to the "We Care Do You" statement in Denver. And I was fortunate enough to be able to see his reaction to that. And not only that, but once all the record was off, to hear what they said afterwards. We know that at that moment in time, Kieran Tierney was their number one target. He was someone that they didn't mention by name, but they made it quite clear that he was in their plans. He was the guy they were after. And then 2 weeks later, we signed Pepe for £72 million. So was that, I mean, I think it's probably easy in hindsight to say yes to this, but was that a clear and was that just we got to change this narrative, we're going to plunk money down on somebody type of move? I mean, I thought it was a great move at the time. I thought it was, it satisfied everyone. It did the trick.
But again, the player satisfied everybody, but the price was the problem. This is what I'm saying. You can still buy players.
The price changed the narnarrative. The price is the problem.
But I think Raul.
The price changed the narrative amongst
the masses
who shouldn't be placated. The price changed the narrative amongst the people who had the knives in the air and the social media anger. But no question, it was the wrong price to pay for potentially the wrong player. But I'm just saying, if they had been so keyed in on Pepe rather than Zaha or a winger, period, they might have mentioned him in that room in Denver on July 15th or 17th, whatever it was, 15th in Denver that we were lucky enough to be in instead of Tierney. But Tierney's the name that we came into that meeting saying, "Oh, we're going to get him."
But I think that's, and I'll say something I know Jess wants to go. I think that's also, I mean, I take what you're saying because sometimes you want to, and again, as all of us are well knowledge on American sports, when fan bases get up in arms about something wrong,
horrible move.
It's like you think of Yankee fans, we didn't win the World Series this year again. Who are we going to go out and buy this time to fill the DH role to hit 85,000 home runs, and they only hit 2 because they get injured 6 games into the season? You know what I mean? I get the notion of fan angst and unrest. But the issue for me with that is that there's nothing wrong with going out and buying a big name player to satiate fan unrest, but you still have to buy the right player. That's the thing. I don't have issues with going and buying big name players and even spending big fees, but it has to be the right player. It can't just be any player.
But would that get off our back purchase?
I think it was, and I think it's also I think it was, and then when you also look at the Aubameyang extension, that was a get off our back. We're panicking. Exactly. We're going to extend Aubameyang because if we don't extend Aubameyang, the fans are going to be in uproar because we're selling our leading goal scorer. Who, and I mentioned this again on Twitter. When you talk about contract extensions, especially about players who are in either their prime or just over the hump, like they're 30 or 31, they're not going to have a lot of years left. When you extend a player in that age bracket, you cannot extend them based off of what they used to be. You have to extend them on what they're going to become. So when you extend Aubameyang for that amount of money, then you double his wages and you give him that much more of a pay bump.
Really familiar.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to extend them based off of what they're going to be later on. So in 3 years' time, we know Aubameyang will likely lose his pace. He will likely not be the same goal scorer he's going to be. Why did we just double his paycheck? Why did we extend him for that many years? It's because the fans wanted it to happen. And we all know that if we didn't extend him, either let us run his deal down or we sold him last year for his contract, the fans wouldn't have been happy, right? So the football club has to start running itself with how to build a club in mind. And I also understand that we're in an odd position because we're very used to now fans being up in arms about essentially everything. So I feel like they do feel maybe a bit of pressure about trying to make sure the fans don't do things like boycott or whatever it might be. Do you know what I mean? So
fans are retarded.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's
they are.
It's like any stick to beat the club, you find it. And I kind of feel like the fan culture in the Premier League in general, it's not just our fans. It's any big club in England has fans that any drop of water hits the ground and you freak out. And again, you don't have that.
Every club has that, but every club does not have fans who take it out on each other instead of on the team.
True. This is true as well. So,
and every club doesn't have a Xhaka, doesn't have an Ozil, doesn't have these easy
they do
targets.
Though. They do. Every club has, there's
to Xhaka's magnitude. I don't think so.
Guys. I have a very. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. And
yes,
I know
it's an after party. I do the fuck I want.
Well, but I have to bring in, because we are joined right now by a very special guest. And I wish I could say this in Spanish, but my God, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
All the way from Tijuana, Mexico.
Is it the guy with the fucking guy with the mask on and shit?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Arsenal Luchador joining us live in the after party.
Shocking how we stand and in the same place at the same time.
The Arsenal Luchador is here.
Arriba! All right, get the gerbil in here. Where's the gerbil?
I don't even know what to say right now. The Arsenal Luchador is here. I need Drew, Jess, Ryan, Mike. Lucci. Can I call you Lucci?
You can, senor.
I thank you for being here. Gracias, senor. Gracias. ¿Cómo estás, senor?
What's happening?
I don't even know.
What's going on?
I'm befuddled and dumbfounded right now that the Arsenal Luchador has decided to join us live in the after party.
I heard you was having an after party, senor. Just wanted to come in and say hola.
And you are here. How much tequila have you had to drink?
Hola. Yeah, Luchador says hola. Unless he's from Vancouver and is bald.
How much tequila have you had to drink, Arsenal Luchador?
Tequila.
Un pequeño tequila.
Just a little.
Tremendous. Lucci, thank you for being here. We're going to get back into some more Arsenal talk, if you don't mind. Thank you very much for being here. Please jump in wherever you feel. And the Arsenal Luchador is here.
Well, when we get onto the subject of Carlos Vela, please enter the conversation because we will value your opinion.
Anyway, Drew, I'm very sorry I interrupted you. Please, if you maintain your
No. I mean, I'm pretty much done with what I was saying. I was just like, for me, like moving forward, like you said, the thing about, positions or players, that also is part and parcel with how the club want to structure itself moving forward. So until we figure that out, we don't know how we're trying to structure things, right? Like presumably you want to structure it around Arteta and the relationship has Edu, and you want to move forward and include youth. But we've been through like 3 remixes of this club in the last 5 years, right? So we have to hope something sticks first, and when and if it does stick, then we know where we're going, and then we're gonna know how we're gonna negotiate the market. But one thing's for sure, like we're not in a position where we can keep spending that kind of money on players and having it fail. We can't keep having such a massive wage bill and then have to come to terms with the fact that we're spending an enormous amount of money to struggle to get top half of the table this year against clubs who spend half that in wages that are currently sitting in Champions League and Europa League positions. So everything kind of, and those clubs have real solidified identities that we really don't have yet. Still, we're still trying to work our way back into that again. So it's just a lot of questions, and then we don't have really answers yet. So
can I just say that this after show has been a lot more about Arsenal than I expected it to be.
Meanwhile, when it started, Drew's like, first of all, Mike, if you're going to make Trading Places references, I'm probably the only one. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm loving this. And
wait, hang on. So I have the Arsenal Luchador on the screen right now, but coming out of retirement in the chat box is the football gerbil.
Oh,
we're
in the house.
What?
Weird.
This is where you listen. Here's what I'm going to say. The same old Arsenal USA after party is the goods. This is where you get the goods. That's all I'm going to say.
You need to get the bell in the podcast, and then
I need the AFC bell now, and she is a fickle Twitter account. That's all I can tell you.
I have a question.
Oh, the Luchador. Let's go.
I have been supporting Arsenal for many years now. But you tell me, why do you play like bastards at the moment?
Why do we play like bastards at the moment? Bastardos.
Exactly.
If I'm ruining this, I really, really apologize. But there's no way that's not Stan.
It's not Stan.
Okay.
It's not Stan. I can confirm it is not Stan.
Literally.
I hope I'm not ruining this.
I can confirm it is not. I can confirm it is not
Senior Stanley.
It's definitely.
I'm like, I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but like, I think I figured it out. But I
have it on.
All right, Mike, take the gerbil out of your ass.
Wait, Mike, take the football gerbil out of your ass. It's dead.
Oh no, you killed the gerbil. No, he's tweeting. He's eating the gerbil.
Wait, well, there it is. Anyway, I have it on good authority that the Arsenal Luchador, first of all, is not Stan. I know that Stan is currently with the missus. They were eating dinner, but
I would like to see them in the same place. The same place.
Listen, here's the thing, though, with that. The Arsenal Luchador is kind of like Superman.
Where is he?
Kind of like Superman. You never see the Arsenal Luchador and Stan in the same place at the same time. But I can confirm it's not Stan. That's all I'm saying.
It's funny, too, because people think me and Mike Hurd are the same person.
That's true.
No.
Because they haven't seen us in the same place.
Ryan, I got a mate that I'm one of my first Arsenal friends in the world. He's local to DC. He's not on podcast, but he's a good friend of mine. And you and him are the same person. So I can confirm to you that you and Mike Hernandez, who is another wonderful friend of mine, are not even close to the same person.
Listen.
Hernandez is nicer and gooder than the two of us combined, Ryan.
Gooder? Is that gooder? I guess.
Yeah. Mike speaks very well English.
I do.
Yeah, but you will let the I guess the mystery will end soon. I'll just put it to you that way. We'll be in the same place at the same time soon enough. I promise you that.
Yeah. Well, once I got an invite to the Arse Bros podcast, which is apparently you promoted it as being better than the same old Arsenal USA podcast.
I didn't say better. I'm just saying you can personally say words that you can't say on the Arsenal on the St. Arsenal podcast. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm waiting for my introduction and Bulgarian Gooner, aka God damn it, what is his name? Drew.
Strago.
Yes, Drago. Dragomir. Yeah, you're 38 until you're 39. That's all I'm going to say. That's how it works.
that's how it works. Yeah. So quickly, because
I'm tweeting out that the Arsenal Luchador and the football gerbil are both a part of the show right now.
All right, so I will.
We have a bunch of demented, fake, made-up characters on our podcast right now. Everyone tune in at 9:30 in the in the evening.
We're in the after party and we have no track, but I'm going to somewhat try to get back on track, which I don't really want to do, but I'm going to do anyway because I've been kind of thinking of this for a while. It's funny because you have Drew and you have Mike, right? You have two Arsenal fans who, to be honest, you guys couldn't be any more different. And Mike kind of said this, and as like a third party, I kind of try to elaborate. So, Mike, you're the guy. You know your shit, but you're funny. You're lighthearted. You want to be like, oh, like me personally. When any Nketiah scored 2 against Norwich, I was the first person that goes, hop on the train, baby, chew, motherfucking chew. Obviously, it couldn't be any more wrong. Apologies.
It's a defense mechanism against being stupid.
Well, okay, fair. But then you have Drew, who's like, he's a realist, and like kind of what he talked about with breaking down, Saka's not in the top, whatever, and he named all these players. And to be fair to Drew, when you think about it, everybody wants their guy to be the best, no matter what. You always want to back that horse. So if Saka's on our team, yeah, we're gonna say Saka's the best motherfucker to ever touch the football pitch in the world. Better than anyone, better than Pele. Who cares? Saka's the guy. But you kind of read Drew's tweets and you're like, I want to disagree with you. I want to say you're completely and utterly wrong and you're an idiot. But as you know, you're eating your Cheetos, you have the Cheeto fingers, and you're breathing heavy. And you're like, he's right though. I won't admit it on social media and on the internet, but he's right. But
Drew and I are yin and yang, and we get along really well.
But it's perfect.
But football for me is a hobby. I have a career, 25 years in a career, and it's very serious. It's what I use to support my family. If I was doing a podcast about that, I mean, you'd see a very different person. But like,
what do you mean? Like, you serious? You mean?
Yeah, I mean, I know.
But to me, I would never want you serious, though. I would never want you serious.
And no one wants to hear me talk about insurance either. So like, it's a good thing. Right, but when it comes to Arsenal, I got a couple things going for me. I love the club. I've been around it for a long time, and I don't fucking take myself seriously even a little bit. And I know that there are other people who I love who also have a very good sense of humor, who do, and they should be listened to. And so I just try to like I try to be the kind of Flava Flav to their Chuck D. Drew, was that awful? Because I meant that as a compliment to you and an insult to me, but I have a feeling I've just done something awful.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna get back to you.
But it's funny because
my point is that the entirety of my social media presence is to denigrate myself and to actually make draw people to listening to people who know what they're talking about, like yourself. Mm-hmm. And maybe I don't go about it the right way all the time, and maybe every once in a while I actually say something that makes sense. But like I just don't. Life's too short to take yourself so seriously, in my book, because I know that I don't have the noose to carry it forward. So I'll stay in my lane, and you know what that lane has done? That lane has gotten me interviews with Alan Smith and Michael Thomas and Lee Dixon and Josh Kroenke and Stuart Robson and Adrian Clark and Amy Lawrence and John.
Oh, please!
And it's just like
now, please.
It's. I mean, playing. What was it? Lewis and Costello playing Costello. He was the fat guy, right?
I don't know.
It has disadvantages. So,
but yeah. So, anyways, great. You have a big cock. I get it. My point is,
did that just sound like name dropping? I was trying to.
Yeah, no, you definitely weren't name dropping.
No.
My point is
I
don't want to say you guys are the perfect fans. That's kind of weird, but like exactly, you're yin to his yang, and I love it. I need Drew in my life, and I need Mike in my life. Because I
need Drew to make me relevant. Drew does not need me to make him.
What I'm saying is like the problem is you have Arsenal fans for the majority. They want to be funny like you, Mike, but they're like no. But like Ozil needs the armband and he needs to start every game, and Xhaka needs to be his buddy. And they're serious. And like here's the breakdown. Ozil is like the number one in chances created since August of 1971. Fantastic, and it's just like but it's like to me, at least me, like being in social media, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook a little bit, not really, but really I'm only on Facebook for Arsenal, which is really weird, but I'm on Reddit, I'm everywhere, and like each cesspool is just as bad as the last. But like you have all these people that try to be both of you guys, when to me, like, you can't. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense, and I'm kind of giving you guys both props, but like I'm not doing a good job of doing it. But it's just very strange, and I just want to tell you guys that I value you both so much, and you guys are fucking awesome, and you guys both need to be doing what you're doing and keep doing what you're doing, because
there's room in the world for people that are different. I mean, and
yeah,
I appreciate Drew for being the sense to reason, and he does. Drew has an incredible sense of humor.
That's exactly, and that's the point. We need his reasoning. We need like, hold on. Like I use Saka as the example. Like, hold on, Saka is not the best. He's not the best 19-year-old ever.
He's not, but again, I said this earlier, and I was joking.
But I want to be honest.
He's not just a buzzkill. He's really
no, but exactly. Like, but like you need a buzz. Like that's the point. Like this, and I think kind of my
Drew. This isn't going well.
The fan base needs a buzz.
I love you, man. I love you.
I'm not saying anything.
You know I love you.
You don't.
I know, but you guys are.
But they also need a mic in their life. Six Rebels up there.
All right, so let's move on. Let's move on to the next topic.
You guys have made such a mess of this, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I try.
This is the worst compliment you've ever gotten in your life.
Listen, we've been drinking. Shit happens when you party naked. I'm not wearing pants, if that's what you're asking.
I've opened the box wine.
I really right now
your
just
box
want to know
wine.
what Jess is thinking.
Wait, what? What, Tanner?
I just want to know what Jess is thinking right now.
I don't know.
Don't hold back. Don't hold back.
Go watch Tanner and my election night.
All of a sudden, she's like, "This is not what I signed up for.
This is not what I want. This is not what I planned."
I'm doing a really terrible, as I always do when I drink. I do a terrible job explaining myself. My point is, we need Arsenal fans like Drew and like Mike. We don't need someone being like both, being like, "Oh, I'm funny, but I think Ozil's the best player ever, and I think Xhaka is the greatest player ever."
Well, that's what
Drew,
you have your agenda, boys.
I think what Ryan is drunkenly trying to say
I'm not even
is
drunk. That's the sad part.
I am. I've switched from the champagne that I had earlier to boxed red wine.
We need more fans, more supporters like you who are more level-headed and more, I'll say, analytical about things from all perspectives rather than just, we lost 1-0 today, we're shit. We won 3-0 today, we're the greatest thing in the world. There's a balance somewhere in there, and I think
you take me seriously if I started talking about tactics.
No, I take you seriously all the time.
I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I take Mike seriously all the time. I think Mike.
No.
I think maybe sometimes, Mike, you don't take yourself seriously sometimes.
Yes, there you go.
I think that's the difference. But in that light, though, when you actually do.
Oh, when you're serious.
I'm not saying I don't have legitimate takes. I'm just saying like that isn't what I'm about.
No, I agree. But like there are times when you'll go into like the chat and then you'll put us all to bed about finance stuff because that's not our wheelhouse. You know what I mean? That's what you do. So
that is the one area where I don't mess around.
No, you're like it's like you flip a switch. Like you can be joking in the chat 1 minute, and then 5 seconds later, you literally bust out spreadsheets, and you've got all like CPS reports from 25 years ago, and just like going down the.
I fucking love that. That's what I do for a living. So so when it does cross, it does cross into real life,
yes, reports on my desk Saturday. So
when football crosses into what I do for work, it starts to be something that I get less of a sense of humor about, and that's the whole point. I can't joke about Kroenke doesn't spend money. I can't joke about our net spend. We need to spend money and then look back and see that 5 years of historical net spend we've spent less than Liverpool. Like that, I don't have a sense of humor about because I know that. And
right.
And what I do have a sense of humor about is fucking Saka being the next English World Cup winning, treble winning, it's coming home winning. I mean, so thank you.
Yeah.
Drew's one of the top 2 hugs in the Arsenal family.
What's that?
I do give good hugs.
Drew's one of the top 2 hugs in the Arsenal family.
I've never hugged either one of you.
I can't.
Drew's one of them, and Kenny Ken is the other one.
Can't speak to
Kenny
that.
Ken. All right, good shout.
Those are the top 2 hugs in the Arsenal fan base at this point. It's a book that's still being written, but could
you imagine if we all
I've hugged some mofos.
If the world will ever open back up again,
I'm gonna be afraid to touch motherfuckers.
I'm fairly certain at this point that the world's powers are just trying to shut everything down and keep us in lockdown forever.
Yeah. We agree on everything.
We got a vaccine. Wait, that vaccine. What? No, there's a whole new strain that if you get it, it's going to fucking kill you.
Go back and watch our civil cast of November 7th or 8th.
Oh my God. Anyway, if the world will open back up and we could all travel and we could all go over to London for like 2 weeks and take in like 4 matches. Imagine that. Like how fucking cool would it be for all of us? Stan, Rowan, the 5 of us sitting here.
I was in the middle of that when the world closed down.
I didn't have all of y'all. I want to shout out right now the Tollington. And Mike, I know you know what I'm talking about. Ryan, you've never been, right? Jess, have you been over? Have you been? Okay. Drew? No? So, Jess, do you know what the Tollington is?
Oh, come on.
What? I thought you said, have you been to London?
No. Have you been? No. I mean, have you been to an Arsenal match in London? Okay. Yeah. Do you know what the Tollington? If you know what the Tollington is, great.
I don't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's a bar right up the street from the stadium. Mm-hmm. For the Americans that might still be watching, check this out. On game days, you cannot walk into that bar if you are not wearing the home colors. In other words, red and white. And if you
are known to Martin as being a home supporter,
well, yeah,
so why wouldn't you be wearing?
Yeah. But anyway, so the Tollington's kind of the home pub, and it's just I've been there enough where seriously to meet you guys in person and understand I've never met anybody that I do this show with. I've never met any of these folks in person. I think it would be absolutely fucking awesome.
It'd be a shit show, but the best kind of shit show.
My God, I mean, just
it's sublime. I mean, this is where I'm lucky because,
you are lucky because
I am, and I'm not saying that as some sort of self-promotional thing. I really am not. I mean, I have met in New York, I have met Drew, and I've met many other people that I consider friends like Drew. In London, I've met this is all because of the podcast. It isn't because I just put myself. I mean, it's because of the podcast. I don't care how many. I don't care if 2 people listen to our podcast. I know Lee Judges, and he's a friend of mine. I've met these guys, and that doesn't make me special. It just builds relationships that, and you quickly become aware of which people are truly interested in getting to know you and which ones aren't. So to go over to London and go to the Tollington, and the Tollington isn't the only thing. 12 pins.
12 pins is awesome.
Incredible when it comes. I mean, just there's a group of people that you would meet over there and just spend some time with, and it's got nothing to do with podcasts or anything else. It's a connection because they want to be connected to American supporters. They want to be connected to international supporters. They're not necessarily the types that are if you're not home and away Arsenal, then you're not you're not proper Arsenal.
I don't want to hear that. I understand the people that if you don't go home, if you don't go to the home matches, or you're not a real fan. No.
F that. But the connection though,
I know
in the Arsenal family is the thing though, and if you never leave the United States of America, you can still get that connection by being part of the supporters club. I mean, whether it's going to New York or North Carolina to see Drew,
that's the other thing too. With
whether it's going to Gooner.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, look, there's no bigger supporter. There's no bigger supporter of the stuff that Arsenal America does than me. And Drew, I know you shook your head at me a little bit in a second, so I want to know what that was all about. But there's
the headshakes are separate.
There's a supporter club over here, and yes, they have their politics, just like everyone has their politics.
Sure.
They do, and not everyone loves it. But the people I've met in the course of just being a Gooner and being social are the best friends I have at this point.
I can tell you right now that I have not met. I've not met any of you face to face, in person, live in the flesh. But I will say this: that Ryan, Rowan, and Stan they're 3 of the best dudes that I know. And that's not to take anything away from Jess, Drew, Mike, yourselves. I think the world of you guys as well.
Fuck you, man.
But no, seriously, I genuinely feel like, and it's through podcasting, but it's through the love of this football club for Ryan, Rowan, and Stan and myself. That I feel like
better than getting to know people virtually is actually to then meet them. Like in the Arsenal world, you can be very disappointed in other arenas in your life, but when it comes to Arsenal, I've very rarely been disappointed in the person I've met personally. Who I
think you get a pretty genuine sense of who people are.
Yeah,
through this avenue. I can
see the best and worst out of everybody.
Ryan and I meet. I can tell you right now, his fiance is going to fucking hate me, and she pretty much already does. So, because if and when Ryan and I meet, it's going to be in Vegas for his bachelor party, and it's going to be a debacle. I can tell you that right now. He's going to be hanging on to fibers of the carpet like he's about to fall off the earth. That's what I have planned.
If I'm not invited to that, I'm quitting.
I'm no longer.
I don't know what I'm quitting, but I'm quitting.
There's my guy, Stan.
And it's crazy too.
Stan,
who told me publicly that he's completed Pornhub.
Me too. Nah.
That wasn't a private message. He said it on a podcast. So
oh my god. No, but it's so weird because me and Rohan live. Well, not now because I moved to Connecticut, but me and Rohan at one point lived 10 minutes away from each other. I didn't know oh hey, and then we met through Arsenal. And it's just crazy how you could just live so close to people and not meet, but yet this is like a love sappy episode. I guess.
We're getting.
Get me started about the Gooner family, and I will gush. I mean, that's the most important thing to me at this point.
So look, at the end of the day, people are here to hear us talk about Arsenal. So I'm gonna,
Best Money Ducks go.
I'm gonna butcher this name. And we follow each other on Twitter.
Tejas Fande.
Well done, Mike.
Wow.
I'm Jewish. I said good, so I'm all about it.
I'm Jewish. It comes naturally to me. You know,
Yeah.
That's a Jewish name.
Yeah.
So we need to kind of Bruno type player. If he doesn't get it right in January, they should all go along with Edu. Bruno has been the turnaround for Man United. No, the turnaround. And
Tanner reading this is actually his bar mitzvah present.
What's happening right now?
Go ahead.
Anyway, I respectfully disagree with this statement. I think the turnaround has been Bruno Fernandes being given a penalty like they're skills.
Oh my God!
See, I would say that, but I have seen him play, and he's actually
he's actually really good.
He's actually a pretty good player.
So unbelievable.
I don't want to be mean, but he's good.
You know what though? Like, I think the misconception is that we're looking for somebody to save us, and the reality is there is no player like that. The only other player that's outside, like, is probably Jack Grealish, and he's out of our realm at this point. Like, there are no players like that, you know. So we don't need a player to save us. We just need to be able to put together a squad and
management to save us.
I don't want a player to save us because
that's what you're talking about. When you say a Bruno type player, you want somebody to take over. If he does not play well, they don't play well. Yeah, we don't want that. We already have that with Aubameyang right now. We're having that exact situation right now. We don't need that.
Yep. Absolutely. So the Bulgarian Gooner, it's his first time here, he says. And thank you, by the way, because this is our first time here too. Usually we just do the main show.
I love
where everybody for the most part is sober. This is more fun, laid back, easy going conversation.
I'm gonna follow him right now. Bulgarian Gooner, follow me if you know.
Bulgarian Gooner. If you're on Twitter, please drop your Twitter handle.
Dragomir is absolute quality. Love that guy.
Drop your Twitter handle in the comments, and I promise you, if we're not following you, I'm not following you, I will as soon as you do that. I will
stalk you like.
He will. He
kill your family.
Ryan is that odd character who just doesn't kill your family.
No. Hold on, seriously. So if you guys fuck with Netflix at all, there's a show on there called You. I
love You.
Yeah, great show.
Oh, Ryan.
So good.
I will stalk you like Pete. Is that Peter? Yeah, I will.
No, wait. What is it? He changed his name. He has two different names.
I love You. It's a great show.
Flip out and save it.
I love You. He was great.
I do too.
I'm excited for next season.
Me too. When they ended it,
real quick, I think the girl next door is his mom.
I know it's crazy.
It's crazy. It's his mom.
But I mean, it's crazy, like that he found a crazy girl to be with.
Wait, Drew, is this? I don't know what's going on, or
you just got hijacked.
You have to watch it. It's so good.
No, Tanner, I think you actually might like it. It's a great show. I'm a big fan.
I don't really know what's happening right now, but okay.
You have to watch
it. He's probably the creepiest person you've
ever really
No.
What'd you say, Mike?
Is he Xhaka?
No, he's not that creepy. But he is one of the creepiest characters I have met through television that you could kind of like see get their point of view from. But yet I root for him. I gotta be honest.
He's like a good guy, but he's creepy. He like just wants love, but he's damaged. Like it's crazy.
I like love him, and I'm like, yeah, you're the best.
Yes.
Kill, please.
You have to watch it. You have to watch it.
I thought I was your spirit animal. Now Jess is your spirit animal.
Dude, it's tough. Mike Hers is always my spirit animal, but you guys are
the cheater. Speaking of a guy I've met, Mike Hers came to New Orleans during Gooner one year, And I think he came for New Orleans, but there might have been a little bit of him coming just to hang out and listen to jazz with me and Steph, my wife. And it's a love affair that's just never stopped. That guy is quality. He was on with us last night in Kenny Ken. But Mikey Hers is one of the better guys you'll ever meet.
He's a man. That's why he's my cheateroo. I love you, cheateroo.
Just despite his hair, it's out of control at this point, and the number of kids that he has, which is also out of control at this point. He's a lovely, lovely guy.
He's a lovely man with a tremendous singing voice.
Dude, the way he says Arteta, he could get me in bed right now.
Well, that's the thing. That, the one reason I don't want Arteta to go, I'm not Arteta out, but I don't want Mike Hers to stop saying Arteta. It sounds like a machine gun.
I can't do it.
I must break you. You will lose. If he dies, he dies.
I'm telling him right now that we're talking.
If anyone in the world can name the movie that I just quoted, because all three of those things are from the same movie.
I didn't even say Rocky. Is it Rocky?
Rocky. It's Rocky.
You sound like
Wait, Drew, shush. Ryan, which Rocky is it?
4.
Oh shit! I was gonna say 3.
Of course, you were gonna say 3.
3. No, 3 is the one with Clubber Lang and Hulk Hogan.
I don't know.
Hey, did you say you wanted to change your name to Ted Clubber Lang? Anyway. By the way, Rocky 4 is
Joe Goldberg. Why couldn't I think of the fucking guy's name?
But he has a new name now.
I don't remember. It's Joe Goldberg. It'll always be Joe Goldberg to me.
Rocky 4 is probably the 4th worst Rocky movie there is.
1, 2, and 3 are the best. I mean, you don't need to go beyond that.
However,
3 is the best.
One of the best lines in movie history is from Rocky 5. When he's standing outside the bar, hey, you knocked him down. Why don't you try knocking me down now?
Oh, fuck that.
Tommy Gunn only fights in the ring.
Yeah.
Hey.
Unfortunately, dude had AIDS, and
my ring's outside. That was fucking. That's
the one with Tommy Gunn.
Cinematic gold, pure cinematic gold. Anyway,
Rocky 3. There's no better Rocky than Rocky 3. Rocky 3 is the best one ever. It's the only one that matters. Dude dies right before
we're gonna come back to this because I don't know that Rocky 3 is the best. Rocky 2 might be the best.
Rocky
Can
2.
Can I answer this question down here really quick?
Of course.
From Tash to Spendenberg?
My opinion has not changed.
I don't even say anymore. I already answered on the podcast.
No. Jaka, I mean, he still is not like the long-term plan. You know, if he can play like that until we find somebody else, that's fine. But his level is very rock bottom and then mediocre. So as long as he stays at kind of a 6 out of 10, he's, it's okay. But to me, my opinion has not changed. I still don't think I'm still not convinced that he's Thomas Partey's partner. I think we watched Thomas Partey's partner play against us the other day. So,
Yeah. Could not agree more.
Who? Basuma.
Drew, can you give your Xhaka so that I can give my Xhaka and we can be
Well, Drew is low key a Xhaka
but Drew's reasonable about Xhaka. I'm
reasonable about him.
I want to hear this.
No, you are too, but I'm about to be very unreasonable about him. So
okay. You want somebody in the middle? Okay, go ahead.
I'm just so disappointed right now. Jess had so much promise, and then she just broke it out right here and there. I can't.
I don't want him to be with Thomas Partey. It's not about it.
I agree with her.
You tried to influence
what is this? An episode of The Bachelor? I don't want him to be with him.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Jess, are you here for the
I watched Basuma and I made my decision. It's not Xhaka. I'm sorry.
Bar Xhaka and ESR, he was probably the best player on the pitch.
Drew, are you here for the right reasons? I mean, are you No, seriously. Bridge Jess and me together with your opinion about Xhaka because I know
you and Jess anywhere.
I said he was mediocre. I said 6 out of 10.
Mediocre at best.
First of all, that statement went over all of your heads, so I'm going to move forward.
Okay.
Mike's sitting there just like,
easy, muchacho. Easy.
So bad.
I know what that statement meant.
yeah,
I don't even know what he said. I just don't like Xhaka.
No, for me, it's for what he does very well. I think I feel like to say that his floor is like that low, I think is a bit much, because we just had this discussion before about, do you want to build positions? Do you want to rely on singular players? First of all, to get Basuma off Brighton right now, you're talking about £50 million, if not more. The club aren't going to pay for it.
Wait, did you say 50?
Yeah.
They paid like 27 for him, yeah?
I think so. They paid 20. They paid 25, 26. They're going to want to double their money if they can.
Wow, so, I didn't realize they paid that much for him.
Yeah.
Well, in that case,
so 50 million is a shade under less than double. You know, so there's that, but more importantly, like, we still have never ever really like deployed a midfield that actually is built to get his best strengths out of him. But you saw against Chelsea, you saw against today, where he played quite well when the system suits his strengths. Do you know what I mean? Like the slow, methodical build up where you invite pressure to be pressed, like that kind of highlights his weaknesses. And yes, he's not great on the ball. He's not going to be the kind of midfielder that's going to be able to dribble past his man to break a press like Cedric Cazorla used to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's not that kind of center mid. He's just not. But then when you see him play for Switzerland and you saw him play for Gladbach, there's a reason why he's still the first name on the team sheet for Switzerland to this day still, because he is very good in what he can do. But we've never really been in the business before of building a system to really build. We've never built around him. I don't think we necessarily should, but there are ways to play where you can bring out more in him than we've seen. It doesn't mean I think he's going to, let's get it right. I don't think he's an elite player. I don't think he's even like in the very good bracket. I think he's a good player. And while he's here, if he's going to be here, you have to do what it takes to get the best qualities out of him while he's here. And then whenever you move on from him or you sell him or he runs his contract on whatever, then you move forward and you know that this is what we want. This is the kind of midfielder we want. So now we go out and get one, and then you replace him with one that's more akin to what the manager wants. But I don't think
Here's my question for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
You've spoken very eloquently about his contribution to Arsenal on the pitch. My issues with
off the pitch,
nothing to do with his contributions on the pitch.
Yeah, I know.
And you know, look, you can sensationalize that in certain cases, but with his, I don't think you can anymore. And you know, look, was he bad towards the end of Emery, and did Emery leave him out to dry, and did he absolutely react the wrong way to supporters who also were absolute douchebags? Yes. And did he kind of have a renaissance from that? He did. And has it all gone bad since then? Yes. And the one constant that can be controlled by the club, the one constant is people on social media are douchebags. Mm-hmm. But the one constant that can be controlled by the club and by the player is how much fuel you give to that. And to me, for a player who regularly turns in 4s out of 10s and occasionally turns out 9s and 8s out of 10s, is that his view is constantly in the context of, you know, I proved you wrong. I don't need to apologize to you. I have no doubt after he got the red card recently that he apologized to his teammates. He accepted responsibility privately, and they did everything they needed to do privately. And that's all I could normally ask of a player. I don't need him to apologize to the public. But don't then go and basically after one 10-second moment of sublimity in a 90-minute game of greatness, which he had against Chelsea, and whether it was his doing or whether it was unleashed because of those around him, there's all sorts of of interpretations, but don't go like pegging the people that doubted you. And I mean, there are people that constantly have to define themselves based on what other people think they can't do or aren't good at or have done wrong, and to throw it in their face. And there are people that constantly need that. And Michael Jordan used to use that as an example. But he did not need that, and he did not rely on that when it wasn't warranted. He would use that as fuel, but he wouldn't come off after a game in February 12th where he scored 35 points, to win a regular season game and say, this is all my haters. He would do that when he won the goddamn championship 6 times in 8 years. So Xhaka's attitude to me, and I have no qualities around me to define whether he's Arsenal quality or not. I tend to think he's not, but to me, he's a guy that much like Willian and Luiz and a couple other people for different reasons. Xhaka is a very different reason than all these other guys. I don't think he's angling against Arteta and trying to get a mutiny going, but he got to get out of here, because you just can't have an argumentative attitude towards your supporters.
So
and it can't be talking about who started it either. If you're gonna be that guy, get the fuck out of my club. And I'm not a guy that says that. I support the players with the badge, but I'm tired of his fucking comments.
So Drew, before you go, Mike, I know Lee, because you're friends with Lee. I know Lee had I keep saying it. I keep forgetting the story, but I know Lee Judges.
Which Lee we're talking about?
Lee Judges. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I love
Lee Judges has a story where he has season tickets, and he sat behind Xhaka a few times.
He got to know Lee.
And Lee has nothing but not the best words to say about Xhaka, about how he acts. Just even sitting in the seats, So I don't remember the stories, but I've heard some of his stories on Same Old Arsenal and other.
It bought him a couple of months of being like, you know what, this guy's pretty cool. He's a good guy, but again,
it's just for him. It's all.
Right.
It's for him. That's all it is. So Drew, take the floor.
No, so those are two different discussions. Like, if you're asking me, do we keep Xhaka on footballing reasons? I say yes. But if we want to remove him and move on from him for team building reasons, for morale reasons, for mentality reasons, then I agree with you. And then you move on.
He has a hold on these club. On this club. I mean, like that's the thing I can't understand.
Why can't we move him on?
Because so many of this team look up to him. Like, that's what I don't get.
Listen, it's not just that.
Arteta looks up to him.
It's not just that. But here's one thing you have to understand: Arsene Wenger, Unai Emery, and Mikel Arteta all have viewed Granit Xhaka as key to their first team plans. There is a footballing reason for that, and that's why I would keep him on footballing reasons. But if you factor in the everything that you said, Mike, I would tend to agree with you there, because of someone who coaches, as someone who played. You have to understand that there's the team dynamic that you don't see, that exists, that you don't want to toil with, that you want to have nailed down. You want to have the right atmosphere in the changing room. You want to have the right atmosphere in the on the training pitch. You want to make sure that players do honor and respect the supporter base. I agree with all of what you said. On those principles, I think you should get rid of them. But I just agree.
Well, I will always comment much more fervently on the psycho team mentality than I mean, I'm not qualified to comment on tactics. I'm not qualified to talk about Xhaka's heat map. I'm not, and I respect those that are. But to me, I mean, in this Premier League these days, where you see teams in the top 5 that have no business being there and have no squad, and other than health, why are they there? And maybe other than coaching, it's the things that we miss, and so I emphasize those things triply when it comes to guys like Willian and Xhaka and Luiz and all that. I find that much more important than talent in this squad right now, because it's clear that that you can hurt a squad much more by having a bad mentality than you can help a squad by having good talent.
Well, I agree with you, and that's why I think on most, if you ask me that question, I would agree with you. But if you're asking again, for me, it's two different questions. If you ask me a footballing question, it's I want to keep him. If you ask me a personnel question, an attitude, a mentality question, then I would be more than trying to move on. That's why I wasn't upset when we.
All I care about is the second one.
Right.
That's to my own detriment. All I care about right now is the second one.
But that's
what we have right now.
We all
care about.
But to go also to what you're saying, Drew, I'm like, it's like eating at me right now. I want to know what you think Xhaka does so well that warrants him a place in this team that makes him in your.
That can be defended, and
no, I just want to know because I don't see it. So I want to know what you think. What makes him a quote unquote good footballer?
Well, first off,
I don't see it.
I know Jess wants to speak, so let Jess speak first.
No, all I was going to say is that I don't have an issue with him being in the squad. Like, that's not my issue. I just think we need to wean ourselves off of him because we're too reliant on him. But knowing who Xhaka is, like, just in general, like, when he did an interview saying that he was excited to see what the future held for him and Thomas Partey, he expects to be the partner for Thomas Partey. So if we even tried to make him into a squad player, he wouldn't survive that. He needs to be starting. He wants to play. So to me, there's no other thing but to like try to get over him and try to move into a different direction. Because I know he plays well in the international setting, which makes sense because everything in the international setting is a lot slower. They give him a little bit more time and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
But the league is just getting so much faster, and like, watching Mason Mount run past him the way he did, or I think it was Pulisic actually, he ran just right past him. I was like, the league is just going to keep getting faster and he's going to just keep getting ran over, so I know he does some things good, in terms of like his passing when he has the time and he has the space. You have to kind of build a structure around him to give him that time and space. But when he doesn't have it, you could tell it drains the man. So I would just like us to kind of have a plan to move him on, but in the short term, we're going to have to figure out a way to use it.
Again,
was like, pass.
I say this way too much.
It's capable of it, but it's not going to do it.
Hernandez, he's the best out of a bad bunch. That's your argument. Like, I'm not trying to debate your argument now. Like, oh, Wenger picked him, Unai picked him, because he's the best out of what we got. We don't have. Apparently, none of our coaches or managers want to see AMN succeed in the midfield, even though I think that's where he belongs. I think it's where he's done a good job in. But then he has man of the matches or close to man of the matches as a right back. So, okay, well, no, he's a wing back, and we're going to play him left wing back, right wing back, right back.
Is there any reason to think that he can't do the job that Xhaka's done?
AMN and Xhaka are two different players. Like, I think Xhaka,
they're two different players, but playing alongside Partey. Could we not?
No. Okay, that's a different argument. So like Xhaka, again, Drew, you can tear my argument apart and go for it because I believe in you. But Xhaka, he can pass the ball. So can every football player that plays. They should be able to pass the ball. Congrats, Xhaka. You know how to make a pass. Amen. He's on he rides a short bus to school.
Partey, AMN,
he can't pass the ball. Everywhere else, AMN is an athlete. Xhaka, not an athlete. He is the guy that you're gonna, with the Cheeto fingers, watch the football game in his recliner chair, going, I could do that like 15 years ago. Fantastic, great, you're awesome. Xhaka's terrible.
Get the attitude out of the club. Get the attitude out of the club. Could you do worse, or could you do much better than, again, this is all eye in the sky, perfect harmony type of stuff. But Partey, Mainsley, and Smith Rowe at peak capacity, is that not a midfield?
Yeah. We don't need you, Xhaka.
I mean, maybe not. I mean, it's unproven, but I mean, Xhaka is one of the two or three guys out of the 8 that I want gone that I think actually have sell-on value.
See, you're thinking of it from a financial standpoint, but you also have to remember.
Well, I'm putting that into the conversation.
Sure, but look at this. Look at it this way.
Would I get rid of Xhaka on a free? Yes, I would.
Interesting. But think of it this way: you have to, when you look at the team as it was when Arteta came in, you surveyed the players we had available. You know, we knew that maybe you knew that maybe we weren't going to have the money to reinvest it everywhere, to really kind of overhaul the squad, right? Arteta literally asked Xhaka to not leave. Again, there's a reason for all of these things. And yes, I think part of it is, just listen, I think yes, no, it's okay. I think yes, part of it is like best of a bad bunch. Sure. I do think that when you look at what we have, he's the best option we have. But part of being a manager and a coach is taking the best of what you have and working with it until you can get better. So I'm not saying that moving forward we should build the midfield around Granit Xhaka, but while he's here, he has to be highlighted. Those are two different things.
We said the same thing about Pepe now. We've just said the same thing about Pepe.
No, but the difference is Pepe was a poor investment. I don't think Xhaka was a poor investment. We've never actually used Xhaka.
No.
Those are two different discussions, for me anyway. Because you could have looked at, and you could also say the same thing. A lot of people were saying, well, you know, a lot of people were convinced that Xhaka was going to be a defensive midfielder. Well, that was the first mistake because he's never been. And so that's when people make the argument of, well, we got Granit Xhaka and not N'Golo Kante. You know what I mean? And N'Golo Kante is not a defensive midfielder either, but that's another discussion in the first place again. So it's like he's a box-to-box player. 100% he's a box-to-box player. You know what I mean? Like, he's more like Thomas Partey. You know, so you could technically play Xhaka and Kante in the same midfield, and it would probably be pretty effective. But that's the way I look at it. It's more of like, we're not City. You know, we can't spend our way into improving every single position, right? So if Xhaka can do things that the manager wants him to do effectively, you take that and you put him as part of a collective. You don't highlight him as the main guy. He shouldn't be the main guy. I don't think he should be the main guy, but it's clear that he does do things.
Wait, so what does he do? You never answered my question. What does he do so well?
I think he controls play well. His vision. You saw that pass that ball against Chelsea. You saw that every week when he was at Gladbach.
But does that not only get unleashed when he has players around him that are fighting hard? Like where was that the last 10 games? He's not the one that drives the creativity, though.
I'm not saying he drives it, but you can be creative from deeper and still be effective in that role.
But he has.
But who's making the runs? How many runs have you seen Aubameyang make on the left-hand side this season for Xhaka to hit? I can count them on one hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Martinelli hasn't been here. You might if Martinelli has been fit this whole season, played on left wing, you're having a very different discussion about who's making runs. Do you know what I mean? And also a lot of it is down to principles. What does Arteta want us to do? How many times are we trying to play through Tierney with the overlap instead of allowing Xhaka to actually ping a ball in? We haven't really seen a lot of it.
And and Big Steve's talking about, you know, the screenshot that heard around the world where Xhaka just said, I mean, like just for the record, I don't buy into that. I think it's a small sample size. I do buy into the one the other day about Pepe not fucking listening to Tierney, but because it's a recurring theme. But like Aubameyang wants to be sent on these runs. He's not in a frame of mind to like initiate them constantly right now, and we've got to change that, and he's got to change that. But like, let's not put that on Xhaka necessarily at the moment. I mean, like, you've got to have that comfort that the guy's going to make the run, or you're not going to make that pass. It doesn't mean Xhaka's afraid to make that pass. It means that he might not trust Aubameyang to make the run.
Don't you guys go ahead.
No,
I was just going to say that. Don't you guys think that, like, we have a little bit of an issue in terms of, like, so you have Xhaka, who's been here for a long time, that we've never really, you know, been able to get the best out of because he's not, you know, the midfield is not built around him. But then we've spent this, like, a lot of money on Thomas Partey. And for me, I'm thinking, like, Is it more important to build the structure of the midfield to like support Thomas? Because the reality is that Xhaka is not good enough to be a CDM. He's just not. Like, he's not mobile enough. He's not really defensively sound. So when we're talking about, we have two people in the midfield where one, like Thomas Partey needs to be able to go box to box. Like, he can't be sitting and Xhaka dictating play. Like, I don't see how that's really going to work unless we get another CDM.
It's just a bad fit.
Well, it's all bad. Like, the pieces don't, because then you have to get CDM. Is Xhaka 10? No.
And while he's got value, just move.
I don't view Thomas Partey as a defensive midfielder.
He's not, and that's what I'm saying.
No, he's not.
I'm going to put this out there. I think,
but Xhaka's not going to be his defensive midfielder.
I think Lucas Torreira got a really shit deal.
I would love to see him come back and
let me start building my midfield with Lucas Torreira and Thomas Partey. And then give me 2 or 3 guys that can fight it out for that attacking midfielder role.
Drew, are we wrong?
Let me see what Lucas Torreira can do as a pendulum in front of the back four. That just I don't want to say he sweeps. That's not what I'm going for. But a ball winner, just a dude that's going to put in a challenge, put in a tackle, can win the ball. But when he wins the ball, can turn around and give it right to Partey, who then can transition into attack. And all of a sudden you have a left wing, a right wing, a number 10, Smith Rowe, we'll use him as the example. And then you have your striker. Now all of a sudden you have Thomas Partey joining the attack. Now you have 5 in attack.
The Lucas Torreira I know was comfortable hanging out in front of the back four, which, by the way, we could play a back four if we had a guy that would protect them. I mean, I don't know what's happened to him in the last 2 years. I don't know if he's.
I know what's happened to him, and it's too.
I followed what's happened to him. I followed what's happened to him.
I would say Emery and Ozil. I wouldn't even say just Unai Emery.
And now he's playing on a Madrid squad. I mean, could you do? I keep saying this. Could you do worse than a Torreira, Partey, Smith Rowe, and then every once in a while you throw in another midfielder, of which we have tons of average people. I mean, what would be wrong with that? Is Partey supposed to be the shield of the back four?
No, because he wasn't even at Atletico Madrid either. And
I don't want him to do
that. That's the thing that everybody misunderstands. Everybody thinks that with under Simeone that Partey was the CDM. He wasn't. It's just so defensive that he effectively became a pseudo CDM because of Simeone's system.
Thomas said that he wants to, like, how he describes himself as a player is he wants to defend like Michael Essien and attack like Yaya Toure. That's who he is as a person, like, and as a player, like, and we don't get that out of him. We failed. Like, you can't, like, he already has the Michael Essien part, like, people already kind of know that, but the Yaya Toure part is the part that he really wants to, like, come out as an Arsenal player because he didn't get that under Simeone. If we don't unlock that, we have failed.
He's got to be partnered with just the right person, and I don't know that Guendouzi or Torreira or Ceballos or Xhaka or Elneny is the right person.
No,
it was that none of them are the right person.
Let me bring it back to Xhaka for a minute, and when I don't think that we have ever put Xhaka in a position. Well, let me start over. I think Xhaka is the kind of player that needs players around him to make him better.
He needs players around him in Germany or Switzerland.
Yeah, exactly.
But that being said, over the last decade, we've only brought in players who need better players around them. So we've built a squad where our 10 outfield players were like, well, this guy would be better if he had better players around him. But that's our entire outfield squad.
Did Emile Smith-Rowe make Xhaka better in the Chelsea game, or did Xhaka just pull a great game out of his ass?
No, I think Emile Smith-Rowe played a role in it.
think it was both.
Yeah.
I think it was both.
Either way, bye Xhaka, because if he had a better game because Emile Smith-Rowe was in the squad, then get out.
But you need a couple of players in your squad who I came back and I don't know where the Michael Jordan conversation popped off, but this is why Michael Jordan will always be a better basketball player than LeBron James. It's because Michael Jordan made everybody else around him better. And I'm not about to go down that road, but I'll rattle off names if I need to. But Michael Jordan took the five of us, literally took the five of us, kicking and screaming, to 6 NBA championships. LeBron James had to go bribe his teammates to come play with him, with the exception of 1 year in Cleveland.
Jordan is in a class with a handful of people. Jordan's in a class with Kobe.
Now, Jordan's a class above that.
I'm not. Yes, but one.
No,
to me, Jordan is here. The next class.
Jordan and Kobe and then LeBron.
From a football
I
LeBron is well below them.
Kobe always had.
I have to agree. I think.
So Scottie Pippen was a bum?
Would have been a bum if he wouldn't have played with Michael Jordan. 100%. Yes.
From a football perspective, there are 3 or 4 players that can make your team better all by themselves without any help. And that's Ronaldo, Messi, and maybe Mbappe.
Well, yeah, right. And we have a squad full of players that need other players to make them better.
And Balogun.
Yeah.
Esquire, OBE, doctor.
OBE, my ass. I know I said that earlier, but he's going to be the reason that USA wins the World Cup in 2028. But look, no, I'm
listening.
What are we talking about?
Right? I'm listening.
Balogun's born in New York, baby.
I know. I hope he's never gonna fucking play.
Oh, hey, what is that?
That'd be amazing. A popcorn tin?
Is that popcorn or was that
Garrett's?
Was that a bottle of? Was that a big Kirkland thing of?
Hey, Ryan.
Garrett's popcorn.
What's up?
Ryan is
let me just say that Jordan and all these guys that we talked about in the context, 38-9 last night. In the context of Granit Xhaka,
Tanner.
That's
playoff.
Not any of those guys. He's not even Bill Wennington. He's not. He's not BJ Armstrong. He's not
even Tony Kukoc.
He's not Scotty.
Tony Kukoc is a player. Leave Scotty
Pippen's diaper. Like the guy. The best that he has to bring to us at this point.
I agree with everyone. No,
I'm not a hot take guy. I'm not. I'm not.
I know. I'm kidding.
He is good enough to show up 5 times a year out of 38, and he clearly rallies the guy that he has around him. But when he's gone and he's not there anymore, and people don't rely on him anymore, I think we'll be better off because the relationship he has.
I think
he has with the fans
rely on him too much, and I don't think we can. So I think we're asking Granit Xhaka to a degree to punch above his weight a little bit.
No, we're asking him to leave.
Well,
not good. He's not good. Stop saying this. Oh, we're asking Xhaka.
I don't care how good he is. I don't care how good he is. I don't care how good he is. I don't care how good Ozil is. I don't care how good William could be.
Yes, I agree.
I don't care how good they are. I want them out of the
good. Yes.
Focus on the people that care about the club.
So Drew's gone. I can debate him without being here. So I'm right and he's gonna be wrong. And this is the first time
it's
ever gonna have an answer. So Drew said that Xhaka is good at controlling play and dictating play. Well, we're second to last in tempo, and that's exactly what Xhaka is apparently really good at in controlling play and dictating play. That's tempo. We're second to last. Our tempo is shit. We need to play quicker. That's why we're second in goals for in the Europa League. Yeah, I don't care. It's a Farmers League, whatever you want to call it.
Well, we had a Farmers League group.
We destroyed. It doesn't matter. We destroyed Europa League with kids. So okay, cool. We had a Farmers League, fine. But
those guys were like part-time footballers. Let's be real. They were recreation level.
I agree. Correct. But the way we played was different, regardless of who. We played so much better. We played quicker. We increased our tempo. And is someone that like controls the tempo. Well, yeah, we're second to last in tempo. So Drew, you're wrong. I win. He's not here, but yeah,
he's gonna get you for that.
Yeah, he will. He will. But that's my argument because everyone says, "Oh, Jacques is good at controlling the game and his passes."
Over some guy that's not even here.
Everybody, yeah, I know. This is my only chance to get it in.
That's how you know he's in your head. Rent free, baby.
Exactly.
Rent free.
But yeah, no, I mean, like every football player should know how to pass the ball. So like the fact that everyone says, "Oh, Jacques' passes are so great," well, every football player should know how to do it. Granted, AMN's.
I'm just beyond the point where
I agree.
Evaluate his performance, and
what gets me even more, man, it just shows how much I want him out of my club. Is I don't think it was the last international break, the second to last international break. He came back. All the players that were on break, like they had like an extended break. He came back early to watch the training with Arteta. And there's a picture of him and Arteta just standing there with their arms crossed, just watching training.
He's so dedicated.
Yeah, like, oh, exactly. Dedicated. Oh, he's the man. He comes back early, and he's such a fucking Get him out of here.
There's 8 players I'm desperate to get rid of out of this club, but there's 4
okay
that I want out of this club. Just in the complete absence of any counter argument about their quality, about
I
what
agree. Who's your 4?
There's 4 that need to leave tomorrow, and I don't give a fuck what we get for them.
I think I have
4. There's 4. All right, Ryan, go for it.
I'm gonna say Ozil, Xhaka, Kolasinac. No, okay. So my 4th end's probably wrong too because I couldn't figure out your 4th, but I knee jerk said Mustafi. So no, okay. All right, I want to hear
this. Should we sell him if we can get some value for him? Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Should we sell Bellerin if we can get some value for him? Should we sell? Yeah. I would hope maybe we can get $2 million for him and get him off our budget.
Right. Fair.
But there's 4 guys that need to leave.
All right. So who the 2?
Simply because of their toxicity at this point.
I want to know who the 2.
It's Ozil.
Yeah.
Willian.
Oh well, yeah. Okay.
David Luiz.
See, it's
and Xhaka.
Luis is so weird because I'm here. So I hear
Luis is fine when he's playing in defense, but I'm sorry I buy into the hysteria. I know others on this panel would prefer to use evidence over hysteria. Okay. Oh, hi.
Oh, he's back. I said nothing, Drew. Bye.
What makes me is that I'm not only willing to admit when I'm wrong, but I'm also willing to dive into something completely when I'm not even well educated. And so
or drunk.
That I am saying that the Luiz narrative about undermining the club, the influence that Kia may have on these guys, and just the shit cannery that has to do with Mesut Ozil, all those connections to me make sense and bring our club down. And it's no coincidence to me that some of those connections have been removed from the squad in the last couple of weeks, and all of a sudden we're playing like a different squad.
So the one thing I will say before
Drew's got it.
All right, go.
It's past my bedtime.
Drew's got to get it.
I'm going to, you guys.
Yeah, gotta go. So.
All right. Well, I want. Where?
Oh, you're just leaving? You weren't telling me.
I know. I thought it was like.
I thought it was like the worst take I've ever seen in my life.
I got a really hot take. I'm leaving.
No, it's 2 a.m. so I gotta go. I want to go settle down and whatnot, but it's been good.
You should all just leave Tanner and be like, "Hey, podcast is over."
I guess we should.
The first after party. Oh, no. Daddy, no, I didn't say anything. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Yeah, so no,
I thought you were coming back at me over that. And Jessica, if you were, then I can't wait. But like,
no, she's leaving too, I think.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
All right, so are we done?
I think it's over.
Yeah, I think it's time.
Oh, the one thing I will say about David Luiz, I'm going to make the last point because fuck it, right? Because I didn't talk much, but I did. The David Luiz thing is weird because I hear both sides. So I hear like, yeah, he's starting shit, he's trying to get to the sack, but then I hear like he's like great with our young talent. He's welcoming everybody in. He's like the welcoming person.
I was so excited when they brought him in to be next to Gabrielle, and now
I don't know what to believe.
So I couldn't care less about that.
Yeah, I don't. So it's weird with him because I don't know what to believe, and like everyone like was freaking out that we extended him.
It's all PR.
Like, but we're paying him for less money. Like we're decreasing his wages. So I'm like, I'm all for that. Well, that's what I heard. I heard
we have no idea what he's being paid.
I guess that's true. I guess theoretically we don't. But so like me and David Luiz have a weird relationship because like at one point I'm like,
Luiz has no idea who the fuck you are.
Yeah, get out. But then I'm like,
as all of us are. I mean,
but he's so nice to all the young guys. That's what we kind of need in a way too.
I'm positive that Mesut Ozil knows who Drew is, though.
I believe that. Right,
that. Drew? I mean,
like, I feel like we wanted Luiz to be what Liechtensteiner was, or we wanted Liechtensteiner to be what David Luiz is. But
Liechtensteiner was a bum.
Really bad. Yeah, well, yeah.
He was the worst. But yeah,
I loved him.
You loved him.
I loved looking.
You're joking.
I loved him.
in the Carabao Cup, and I was at the game. So
there was literally one day where it was like Lichtsteiner, Mustafi, somebody else really terrible, and Kolasinac in the back, and I was like, "Am I in my worst nightmare?"
Yeah, I remember that.
It was against like Southampton when we were supposed to beat them, and I think we lost like 3-2.
Yeah, that's not good enough. I will agree with you on that. I'm not saying I thought Lichtsteiner was good. I'm just saying I loved him.
Okay, you guys, I gotta go.
All right, let's end this thing. Chubby for the kids. The hashtag.
Thanks, Jess.
Kids.
All right,
Tanner,
when
are we doing our next political drunk cast?
Oh, Jesus. I'm leaving.
Jesus.
I try to forget that Tanner is not politically aligned with me, so it makes me frustrated, but I love him anyway. So
it is. No, it is. I was about to say it isn't. He isn't. I don't want to make Tanner into an entity or an it.
I kind of like the idea of being an entity.
Tanner and I got to know each other very well in late October, early November, which if you're American, you understand is around the presidential elections, and we don't have similar opinions, but we do respect each other, and that was like the whole point. And I don't even know what that podcast that we did is. I don't remember it. I don't want to
see that.
I mean,
do yourself a favor and go watch like the first half hour.
I might have to watch it tonight to see what I actually did because
you were good for a while. You just fell off a cliff.
Yeah. Well, that's what red wine does, you know.
Yeah.
Drew, I love you, man.
No, at the end of the day, man, you know what? Politically, we disagree on certain things, but I think most of what we would disagree on is way out there, or what we would disagree on is right here.
To keep us from being friends in the
anything that's way out there on either side, I don't think any of us buy into. And at the end of the day, yeah, I don't want this
could spoil your desire to be around anybody.
Oh, my God.
But in your case, political differences are on the back shelf. Arsenal similarities are on the front shelf.
At the end of the day, what I care about is people being good people. That's
fair enough. Yeah, I agree with that.
Just be a good person. Yeah, that's what I care about. Handle your business, be a good person. That's it. So
if you're bald, put a goddamn cap on. If you're attractive like Drew, get on camera. And, just do it. All right.
Listen, fellas, appreciate you coming on and doing this. I would say the after party was fairly good success tonight. I think my expectations were a little higher, but yeah.
Give it time. It's the first time, and then plus also like as long as you can always do an after party. Maybe you can be still very Arsenal focused, but just more off the cuff. That kind of thing. But who knows?
Yeah. But like I said, I mean, the thing is when we would stop the show, like Stan and Rowan and Ryan and we'd sit around and just kind of keep running.
That's what you had envisioned. You had the after post. Well, and you could do that if you made it clear that no more Arsenal should be discussed. It should be about our personal lives. That would be fun. No, I know it. I think that'd be fun, and we probably talk more about our disagreements with certain other people in the Arsenal fan base. We could talk about. I could talk about how our podcast came to be and some of the weirdness that's around. I mean, like that would be interesting.
But you know what's funny about that, Mike, is that I actually have an idea in my head for a completely different show, circling around just that idea. Now, it would eventually run its course, which I wouldn't want.
No, it's not a regular thing. Right. Like if you're going to go after a 2-hour pod and have another 2-hour pod where we're talking about Pepe, then so be it. But if we're going to talk about what it's like to be in this world of strangely knowing people because of the podcast. I mean, I dropped a lot of names tonight, but like if that's what the pod was about, I think it'd be a lot more interesting.
I have some ideas.
Not more interesting than what you're doing on the big screen, but like the pod.
I have some ideas for some other shows that I want to get going on my channel. So, for those of you still with us, the 15 of you, stay tuned. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And yeah, I hope
Tanner and I will be doing an after show where we talk about
where we take our shirts off and see who has the bigger man boobs.
Right.
All right. Good night, guys. That's it for me.
I'm not 100% sure that this is actually going to happen. Where we talk about our man boobs and Arsenal.
All right, guys. Thanks everybody for being out there. Maiden voyage of the after party. Drew, Mike.
Fans.
Really appreciate you guys being here. We'll talk. Thanks. Mike Hers, OnlyFans.
Would we be so